I do not understand. I genuinely do not understand because it's not my internet this time. It's not my internet. For some reason, just OBS crashes sometimes. I don't know if I'm doing something that causes OBS to crash. I don't think I am. For some reason, it just dies. And it's like always, it's like around this time, right? It's like around this time. Percentage on CP usage? 12? You mean OBS? Like right now? I'm gonna send you something on Discord to check after stream. Okay, yeah. Hi Josh, randomly meeting your videos on YouTube got me back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Your insight and reasoning is truly inspiring. Thanks for the content. Yo, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I'm glad you're back into Yu-Gi-Oh! That's very wholesome. Thank you so much. All right. Well, everyone refresh. Everyone refresh. I'm sorry about that. My OBS just crashed, but we are back now, and hopefully that does not happen again. Hopefully that does not happen again. I will look into how to fix this moving forward. I don't know. Can you give me the link to the guessing game? That's what I was about to do when it crashed. Yes, that's exactly. Someone asked in chat for the game, and here's the link. We also have a command for it. It's !guessing, I think, for the link. Anyways, there's the link. The link's in chat right now. Ral, thank you for the gifts up. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anyways, there you go. So you can play along yourself. Anyways, with that, that is already the warm-up. That is already the warm-up for today's stream. So we are going to hop right into the content. I guess I'll wait for a minute or two for everyone to refresh and get back in there, so people don't miss the reaction to the cards and whatnot. But we are going to, first thing first on the agenda today is looking at, what's it called? Maze of Memories. Sugar, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. The thing is, the releases had happened yesterday, which made me a little bit salty. Not really, but kind of. I was like, normally I was supposed to be live at that time, so we could have had like live reaction to the cards and the openings. But it is what it is. I was not live yesterday because I was gone over the weekend. And so we're gonna look at the stuff today. Gonna see if any of the new stuff is cool. Gonna look at any of the the reprints. Because I actually tried to avoid as many spoilers as possible since yesterday. Of course, I saw some stuff, but not all of it yet. Like I tried to dodge as many of the effects as possible as I could, so that we get like first reaction in there today, and that's what we're gonna do next. All right, so actually let's just hop right in. I think we have enough people here so that it's worth starting. Let me zoom in a little bit on that good stuff. All right, the revised Labyrinth of Gate Guardian, and this is, I think, is this all the new cards in this article, or is there more new cards besides the Gate Guardian archetype? I actually don't know. If this is all the new cards, or if there is more. There are more new cards. Okay, there are other new info. Okay, so we're gonna look at that as well after this one. All right, nice. If anyone already has the link ready to the new stuff, like on this, so that I don't have to go search for it, so we can react to it after this, that'd be perfect. But if not, that's also fine. Krolash, thank you for the 4 months. Joel, all right, I see you. Anyways, I think this is all the new the Gate Guardian support that was already teasered / announced beforehand. We knew there was going to be Gate Guardian is an archetype now, which in my opinion is pretty cool. I think that's kind of like that's a cool thing to do. For me personally, I just like that in terms of just picking an old archetype and making it viable. Or like, I don't know if it's viable, but like in general, the idea of giving an old archetype support, like what they did with Thunder Dragon or other archetypes in the past, where it's like, you know, yeah, okay, viable was the wrong word, probably. I don't know yet, but we'll see. It could be viable. I don't know. Let's see. I'm just in general, what I'm trying to say is I'm a fan of bringing back nostalgic archetypes by giving them support. I like that. Rather than just always making new stuff, I think sometimes just taking an old archetype and just giving them something to work with is very cool, especially with like, you know, nostalgia in mind, right? Anyways, Labyrinth Heavy Tank. Important to know, the spelling on the card is different than the card that are actually Labyrinth cards, you know? Like Ishizu cards, we do not talk about. Nah, we do not talk about that type of support on the stream here, okay? Please kindly refrain from using that word again. Labyrinth Heavy Tank, level 7 Dark Machine Effect Monster. Ronan Bowden. Okay, thank you for that valuable contribution, Farfa. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 months. Level 7 Dark Machine Effect Monster. 24/24. You can normal summon this card without tributing. Cannot attack the turn it is normal summoned. During your main phase, you can place one of your Sanga, Kazajin, or Suijin that is banished or in your hand or deck face up in your spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. Then, if you control a Labyrinth Wall card, you can destroy a monster your opponent controls. You can only use this effect of Labyrinth Heavy Tank once per turn. Okay. Okay, so I don't know why I would want to put Sanga, Kazajin, or Sujin into my spell and trap zone, but I'm sure that has synergy. I hope. Otherwise, that'd be weird. I hope that has. I assume that has synergy. Kashtira support? I don't think that is Kashtira support. No. I mean, technically, you're right. You're like, okay, I can normal summon a level 7, but honestly, I don't think that's worth much for Kashtira. I don't think Kashtira is like really desperate for basically a vanilla level 7. Right? Okay, anyways, in a vacuum, that seems like a powerful card if you consider that you can probably do something with that, right? If you can do something with these in your spell and trap zone, being able to just tutor one out, get a free level 7 onto the board with 2400, and then also, you know, potentially pop a card, that's not bad. Shadow Ghoul of the Labyrinth. Level 5 Dark Zombie Effect Monster. Okay, that's a retrain on Shadow Ghoul. Nice. You can discard this card. Add a Labyrinth Wall card from your deck to your hand. At the start of the damage step, if your opponent's monster battles while you control a Labyrinth Wall card, you can banish this card from your grave, destroy that opponent's monster. You can only use each effect of Shadow Ghoul once per turn. That's also a solid card. I mean, it searches a Labyrinth Wall card. Is that only the vanilla? Or is that also other ones? I feel like it's worded in a way where you could search other ones. Okay. So you can, it's a searcher plus bonus, which that's always good. That's always good. Searcher plus bonus, all right. Gate Guardian combined. Level 12 Dark Warrior Fusion Effect Monster. Thank you, Stunner. Thank you for the 4. Okay, so there is Gate Guardian Fusion monsters. Now, I did see this. I'm not like blind reacting to this being a fusion monster. I know that there was going to be Gate Guardian fusions because it was impossible to miss. These images were were everywhere yesterday, but I did not read the effects yet. So I knew that there was going to be fusion monsters, but I don't know how you're going to summon it and what does it do. All right, so the materials are Shocker, Sanga, Kazejin, and Suijin. Which, by the way, I think is perfect flavor. Just before we go into the effect, like, I think that's perfect flavor for Gate Guardian. For it to be a fusion monster. I think there could have been an argument for the OG to already be a fusion monster. You know what I mean? But anyways. Because that is clearly them fusing together. You know what I mean? Like, that is clearly them fusing. Like, why are you telling me that's not a fusion monster? All right. Must be special summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above cards from hand, field, and or grave. Okay. That is even better than ABC Dragon Buster in terms of its summoning condition, right? Because you can banish from hand as well. And this is also where I guess it comes into effect, where we can place the things into our spell and trap zone. I see, okay. Dante, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. I don't know about that. I don't know about tier 0 Gate Guardian, but we'll see. Now, of course, one big downside compared to ABC Dragon Buster is that the materials are not level 4 monsters that you can, like, easily put onto the field and equip from the deck with, like, Union Hanger and whatnot. This is, like, significantly harder, but okay. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a card you control, quick effect, you can negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card. You can only use this effect of Gate Guardian combined thrice per turn. All right, well, it's only targeting effects, though, which means that this is, like, oddly specific and probably easily played around, but all right. If this face-up special summoned card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, you can special summon a level 11 or lower Gate Guardian monster from your deck or extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. That feels awful. Honestly, that does not feel very good. That does not feel very good. Because, like, what's the payoff? What is the payoff for all of this? We are getting Sanga, Kazejin, and Suijin onto the field or in the graveyard. And then our payoff is just like our opponents has to stop targeting because otherwise we're just going to negate their stuff. It can get the other fusions, yes, but only if your opponent removes it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's good to go into the other fusions, the fact that it floats, but, like, I don't really see myself making this. It's like, I don't know, it feels weird. It doesn't feel very strong, to be honest. Gate Guardian of Thunder and Wind. Oh, I see what they did. Okay, there's, like, this is the combination of all three, and then they made three combinations of only 2 of them for all the possible combinations. Right? No, wait, where is... That should be 4, though. Isn't... No, that is 3. Never mind. Yeah, yeah, okay. I was being dumb. But this is literally the same as the ABC XYZ kind of approach. You know what I mean? Isn't it? It's like the same thing, right? It's like literally the same thing. Like you have a combination of all 3, and then you have like the mix of the ones in between. But okay. Sanga and Kazejin are Gate Guardian of Thunder and Wind. Must be special summoned by banishing the above cards you control. Oh, okay. So these ones are significantly harder to summon because they have to be on the field. During your main phase, you can add a spell trap from your deck to your hand that mentions Sanga, Kazejin, and Suijin. You can only use this effect once per turn. If this face-up special summon card in its owner control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, you can special summon one of your banished Sanga or Kazejin. Okay, so this thing seems solid, but once again, so far, and I'm gonna preface this with so far, because, you know, we might see more of that, but so far we haven't seen anything except, like, this thing that helps me get these freaking Sanga, Kazejin, Suijin out of my deck onto my field. And this one only gets 1. So, like, where do I get the second one from? And then I'm doing all of this. I'm doing all of this for what reason? Like, what's the point? I'm getting a search out of it. That's all so far. Okay, well. Wind and water. Same summoning condition. Once per chain, when your opponent activates a spell, trap, or effect, a card or effect on the field, negate that effect. You can only use the effect twice per turn. If this face-up special summon... Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking payoff. You know what I mean? Now we're talking payoff. Now, this is an actual payoff, right? This one adds one card. It's not that great. This thing, double spell trap negate, that's good. You know? That's good. It doesn't destroy the card, but it negates the effect. That's solid. Even though I don't know how easy it is to set this up. You know, once again, I'm really questioning how easy it will be to set these up, but this one is good. Water and Thunder, Sujin and Sangha must be special summoned, banishing the above cards you control. Once per chain, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Change its attack to 0 until the end of this turn. You can only use this effect twice per turn. If this face-up spell leaves the field, you can... Okay. This one is the worst one by far. Because they, for some reason, just forgot the negate the effect clause. Like, why is there one that negates 2 spells and traps, and then there's one that just, like, reduces 2 to 0? That does not... Like, these 3 are not equally distributed in terms of their power level. Because, like, this one is a searcher. Okay, we take it. This one, it negates 2 spells or traps, which is very good. And this one just, like, I'm going to put 2 monsters to 0 attack. That's whack. Like, this one is bad. It combos with Ragnar 0? Okay, fair enough. Attack points matter, but not as much as negating 2 spells or adding a card from your deck to your hand. So I feel like that was... Yeah, you could have made that one a lot better. Okay, anyways. Labyrinth Wall Shadow. A field spell card. Monsters cannot attack the turn they are summoned, except monsters whose original level is 5 or higher. Ooh, Mystic Mine at home. Once per turn during your main phase, you can place one Sangha, Kazujin, or Sujin that is banished hand or deck face up in spell and trap zone as continuous spell. At the start of your opponent's battle phase, you can target a monster your opponent controls with less than 1600 attack, destroy it. That is awfully specific. Monarch, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. I mean, in the context of this archetype so far, that feels like a good card because it's like, it's a tutor for your monsters, right? It gets you 1 fusion material for free. So in that sense, it doesn't add to your hand, but it does contribute, right? It does contribute to your fusion materials. It has a little bit of a floodgate in there, you know. That's annoying for some... that is annoying for some decks. The fact that you cannot attack with most of the monsters. Like, Lynx cannot attack. XYZs cannot attack the turn they are summoned. Only high-level monsters. So, like, that's annoying for some decks. But it's just a small bonus. It's not, like, good enough to be considered an actual floodgate, you know what I mean? At the start of your opponent's battle phase, target a monster your opponent controls with less than 1600. Destroy it. Okay, that's like annoying for some decks. Sprite, for example, like sometimes just loses a card to this, which is random, but it works. And it also has some synergy with this one, I guess. Overall, solid card for the archetype. Also, not once per turn. Like, okay, once per card. Once per card, not hard once per turn. So if you draw multiples, they are just all fusion materials, basically, which that's good. Double attack, Wind and Thunder. If you control a Gate Guardian monster, target a card on the field, destroy it. Oh, that's a quick play. All right. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, add one of your Sangha, Kazujin, or Sujin that's banished or in your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of double attack, Wind and Thunder once per turn. Why is this card called Double Attack, Wind, and Thunder when it mentions all 3? Can someone explain that to me? pop isn't once per turn. Yeah, I'm very happy that this is not once per turn. Why would it be once per turn? The activation requirement for this thing is very heavy. If I can pull off one of these guys, I'm supposed to have a not once per turn pop, dude. Like, it's, come on, dude. Don't complain about this card not being once per turn. It destroys a card on the field. It's literally, like, not that good. It's not that good. It's fine. It's like saying, oh my god, MST is not once per turn. It's broken. Nah. This card is once per turn. No, only the second part is once per turn. You can only use this effect once per turn, which is the effect that adds. The destruction is not once per turn. You can activate multiple of these. Which honestly, I'm a fan of. I've said this before. I think making cards once per turn on cards that are like main deck cards that are not easily reusable. Like, I understand making cards once per turn that would otherwise be easily looped because they're like in the extra deck or because they're monsters that can be revived from the graveyard over and over. But I think spells and traps should usually not be once per turn unless they are easily searchable. I think that's fine. Engage is not the best example because it gets recycled, but yeah. Riryoku Guardian. I never knew Riryoku had something to do with Gate Guardian. Who knew that? Was that like a thing? Do you have an example? I mean, cards like Mystical Space Typhoon or like whatever are not supposed to be once per turn, in my opinion. Or even cards like Hand Traps, I think, are better off not being once per turn because it just introduces variance that isn't necessary. But whatever. It's an anime reference. I mean, yeah, okay, but like, did the Paradox Brothers use the card? Oh, they did. Okay. If your life points are lower than your opponent's, target a monster you control with Gate Guardian in its original name, half your opponent's life points. Then that monster gains attack equal to your opponent's life points. You can banish this card from your grave, add one. Okay. I can already see the freaking FTKs with this, in the sense that like, oh, I'm gonna have my opponent's life points down to 4,000, and then I'm going to inflict 4K with something else. How do you lose life points? I don't know. There's probably ways to like lose life points. And you can add it to your hand with the first one, right? So like, I don't know, there's probably gonna be some wacky. It's never gonna be viable. I think, but like, there's probably gonna be some wacky ways to abuse this in like freaking YouTube clickbait one card FTK videos, surely. In terms of like, the card seems really out of place for the archetype. That's one thing I will say. It's like, it doesn't feel like it has synergy with the deck. Like, why am I having my opponent's life points? Why am I giving attack to my Gate Guardian monster? The Grave effect is nice. Of course, the Grave effect does have synergy, but that's weird. It can maybe be a tool to go second and do OTKs where like you make this guy, right? You make something 0 and then you make your opponent's life 4K and give it attack, and then like you just attack over something that's 0, but it's like so far there's also not been a single card that helps you enable this card in terms of losing life points. Which, if that was the case, if there was a way to easily lose life points in the deck, maybe you could play like Go Second, Gate Guardian, OTK. I don't know exactly how that would look, but like with the help of this card, you could like make OTKs a lot more consistent. But okay, anyways, that's, as it stands, card is not that great. Prey of the Jirai Gumo, continuous trap card. Special summon this card as a normal monster to your main monster zone in its same column. This card is also still a trap. then you can destroy a monster your opponent controls in this card's column. You can banish this card from your grave, add one of your Sanga, Kazujin, Sujin that is banished or in your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. That card is all right, I guess. It's like it's a little bit of weird one, but you can sometimes make good use of this. Like, for example, of course, you can never force your opponent to play into your columns with the traps, or like sometimes you can. For example, if you occupy one of the 2 extra monster zones, and then you put this card in the column of the other one, and if they play a link deck, then they have to summon into that column first. So you can force this card to be a removal for a link monster, I suppose. The problem is that, like, that's not that good. Know what I mean? Like, that's not that good for it to be a removal like that. Of course, it works in your archetype, but I don't know. This is not super overwhelmingly good either. One thing I will say that I like about this, the design, not about this card specifically, but in general, one thing that they did that I thought was cool and heads up is that they make all of these cards interact with the banished pile. All of these cards can get back, or like most of these cards can get these cards from the banished pile. Yeah, even the tank, which means that you don't have to play multiple copies. I think that's the whole entire goal, is that they do not want you to play they don't want you to play multiple copies of Sanga, Kazujin, and Suijin, because that would of course immediately kill the deck. If your deck, in order to have any sort of follow-up, would have to play like multiple copies, that would be awful, right? The only good way to use this would ever be to only use one of each. Xion, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the long time support. Euler, thank you for the 9 as well. I'm not gonna be at Dryish, unfortunately, but I don't think this deck is that good, honestly. Mainly because, first of all, there is only 2 cards that help you set up Sanga, Kazujin, or Suijin onto the field, and that is Heavy Tank and the Field Spell. Those are the only 2 cards that place those things onto your field. I guess Shadow Ghoul... Wait, Shadow Ghoul does search the... Okay, that counts. Okay, Ghoul searches the Field Spell. Okay, that counts. I'll count that. The other ones here, these 3, of course, have a good graveyard effect. The problem is that adding the original, let's say the original pieces, adding them to your hand is not actually very good. Adding them to your hand is not actually very good, because if you've noticed, the only one you can summon by banishing them from hand or grave is this one. And this one is not very good. The actual good ones, ironically enough, I think that's also weird design. The actual good ones are the ones that only require 2 of them, but they can only be made by having them on the field. Right? Normal summon Prisma. I mean, Prisma is unironically a good normal summon for this, because it puts 1 on... Basically, Prisma puts 1 onto the field and 1 into the graveyard. The problem is then you can't normal summon this, because this also takes your normal summon. But I don't really see what this deck is supposed to do. Like, going first, the best you can do, even if you had, like... Even if you can summon everything here, you can summon, like, a guy that negates targeting effects. You can negate 2 spells and traps. And you can, like, put 2 monsters to 0 attack. That's really all you can do. And I don't think there's a possible combo that does this. Like, all of it. I'm pretty sure it's just gimmick. The only thing I could see is, like, trying to go second and make a cheesy OTK deck that, like, halves your opponent's life points by using Riryoku Guardian, but that does not seem anywhere near consistent. And it just doesn't have... You can run 3 tank, 3 ghoul, 3 wall shadow in other decks to turbo out wind and water. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Nizo Karo, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that so much. Welcome back. You are not wrong. The problem with that is that it takes your normal summon. It takes your normal summon, and it's basically, it only works as a 2-card combo. It only works as a 2-card combo if you only draw one of those cards, which happens if you only have if you only have 3 copies of Shadow Ghoul, 3 copies of Heavy Tank, and 3 copies of the field spell, I guess 1 terraforming. You have like 10 cards in your deck, and you need 2 of them, but they can also not be 2 Heavy Tanks or 2 Shadow Ghouls. That doesn't work either, right? 2 Shadow Ghouls doesn't work because this thing is once per turn. And this thing also doesn't work because it's once per turn and you only have 1 normal summon. So you basically, you include 10 cards in your deck to only sometimes and only very rarely make a fusion monster that negates 2 spells and traps. That is not very good. That is really not very good. You can use fusion deployment, but then you're locking yourselves into fusion, which means most decks will not be able to do this. I will say, and this is a little bit awkward, I think that even if, hypothetically, this is not the case, but even hypothetically, if you could summon these guys by banishing them from the graveyard instead of just from the field, honestly, I think even then, I'm not sure if this is good, this deck. Even if you can just banish them from like, if they all had the same condition as the first one, the big one, even then, I don't know if it's good. Should be able to banish them from deck. Okay, that'd be busted. Now we're taking a step too far here. That would be busted. But would they be good in Edison? Well, that's always the question you have to ask yourself. And if the answer is I'm not sure, then it's probably not good in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're not even sure if it would be good in Edison. It would probably be good in Edison. Would this beat Waiver? It probably could. But I don't like this too much, unfortunately. Yeah, the verdict is this seems to be a little bit clunky. Make a tournament, Edison deck versus modern anime. I did think about this in the past. I did think about making a series where you basically try and find out, because there's a lot of decks that I feel like came out years too late, right? Very often I'm looking at decks and I'm like, if that came out like at the power level of Yu-Gi-Oh that we had like 5 years ago or 10 years ago, it would be very playable and very good or cool. And I thought about making a YouTube series where I take a deck and I take it back in time and see when it would have been actually good, right? Know what I mean? And I think there is probably a time in Yu-Gi-Oh's history where this deck, as it is right now, could have been playable. But it is not 2023, I think. Please do this. I am cooking. I might bring that. Smartimus Prime, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Very fitting for your name. Appreciate that. Thank you for spending that Prime on the channel. Helps a lot. All right. Not too exciting. Not too exciting, but let us see what else there is for Maze of Memories. Because word on the street is there is more new cards in there. Okay, so this is just the set list. We have World Premiere, World Premiere, World Premiere. This is only the Gate Guardian stuff. Then we have OCG import. Ooh, a lot of imports and reprints. All right, let's do the imports first. Unfortunately, they don't have the effects here. They don't have the effects here, so I have to look that up on another page. Hold up. Raw, I'm a dinosaur. Thank you for the gift sub. Oh, I see why you did that. I see why you did that. Thank you for that. And let's go. All right. Let me, in the meantime, All right, get your PPDs out the system. Get your PPDs out the system because we shall continue with the world premiere card. Not world premiere, the OCG imports soon. I'll take that as an opportunity to drink something. Play any deck from this set and it probably loses to 3 times Straptic structure. You're probably correct. You're probably correct, but let me see. All right. Black Luster Soldier, Legendary Swordsman. Okay, so first up, can we talk about how sick this card looks? This card is beautiful. I hope it's good. I actually hope it's good. I hope I get to play this card. But looking at the fact that it's a Black Luster card, I'm not too hopeful. I honestly, is anyone else thrown off by the fact? I just thought of this. I just thought of this. Why did we get a Chaos Emperor Pendulum YCS price card, but not a Black Luster Pendulum like playable card? I guess for the same reason that we don't have Chaos Emperor Ritual. Where are the Chaos Emperor Rituals? Just hire me. That's $1 billion idea right there. Make a Black Luster Pendulum deck and make a Chaos Emperor Ritual archetype, bro. That'd be sick. That'd be so sick. NGV Bakers, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Anyways, you can Ritual summon this card with Chaos form or Super Soldier Ritual. Must be Ritual summoned. During your draw phase, instead of conducting your normal draw, you can reveal this card in your hand, add a ritual spell from your deck to your hand. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects during your battle phase. When this attacking card that was ritual summoned using a normal monster destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can shuffle all cards they control into the deck. Okay, unfortunately, this card is very bad. Sag. Unfortunately, this card is not very good because, I mean, this effect is cool. This effect is cool because it basically means you can choose to top deck the ritual spell you need, but only during your draw phase. I don't think this works turn 1 because you do not have a normal draw, so that's awful. Isn't this decent in Drytron? How would this be decent in Drytron? Does that mean you can Ash the draw phase? I would say that this activates. So I'm pretty sure you can yeah, this activates. You can Ash. Yeah, if you Ash this, you do not get to draw, I'm pretty sure. Because the way it works is you have the opportunity to, instead of conducting your draw, you can activate the effect, right? You can be like, instead of drawing, I'm going to activate this effect, and then you can Ash that. So you can basically, yeah, you can Ash the draw phase. I'm pretty sure you can Ash the draw phase in this sense. But I don't know why this would be good in Drytron. I really don't get it. I don't think Drytron needs this. All right. Red Eye Soul. I think these are in the same order, so I can just go one by one here. Red Eye Soul. This card's name becomes Red Eye's Black Dragon while face up on the field or in the grave. If your opponent special summons a monster, you can send this card from your hand or field to the grave, special summon a Red Eyes from hand or deck, except Red Eye Soul. You can only use this effect of Red Eye Soul once per turn. Quick effect, you can target a Red Eyes Black Dragon in your monster zone, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. You can only use this effect of Red Eye Soul once per duel. Ericos, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Target a Red Eyes Black Dragon in your monster zone. Inflict damage equal to its original attack. You can only use it once per duel. Well, once per duel makes it impossible to be used as like an OTK, FTK kind of thingy. Because it also uses the original attack. So how can it ever be an FTK? Why are we talking about an FTK right now? Because there is no Red Eyes just boosted to 8k. It says original attack. Unless you change the name. I don't know if that's possible. That seems like a lot of work. I mean, it feels like an okay card for Red Eyes, but the problem is it's kind of like a hand trap where, like, if your opponent special summons, you can discard it to summon a Red Eyes from hand or deck. I don't think there is a good Red Eyes though that you can summon like on your opponent's turn. Red Eyes Fusion makes the monster it summons become Red Eyes Black Dragon. Okay, but like, how do you get this onto the field and have Red Eyes? It doesn't feel like consistent. It's a hand trap where nothing you can summon is disruption. Yeah, it feels very out of place, this effect. Like, I don't really understand why they gave it that effect. It's like emergency teleport, but it only works going second. And it like gives your opponent the chance to immediately remove the monster because it's still their turn. It's very mid. All right. Let's not get hung up on all of these because there's a bunch. Dual Academy. This card gains these effects based on the monster types on the field. Based. Warrior, Beast, or Pyro. Once per turn, if you activate a trap card, you can target a card, destroy it. Dinosaur, Sea Serpent, or Thunder. Once per turn, if you activate a spell, you can inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. Machine, Fairy, or Fiend. Once per turn, if you activate a monster effect, you can target a face-up monster you control against a 1,000. Okay, none of these effects are actually worth it. Pog. Wake Up, your elemental hero. That card also looks sick. Must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. This card gains 300 attack for each fusion material used for its fusion summon and can attack monsters each battle phase up to the number of fusion monsters used as fusion material for its fusion summon. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles a monster, destroy that monster, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. If this fusion summon card is destroyed, you can special summon a warrior from your hand or deck. That feels like an option. You can summon this with Miracle Fusion, right? Because Miracle Fusion counts as a fusion summon? And this is an elemental hero. So it feels like you could use this as an option. It feels like you could use this as an option for going second. If you use the effect, you don't get the replay. It says start of damage step, so you do not get a free replay. You cannot do this on every monster. But still, feels like it feels like an okay option for hero decks if they, because they already play Miracle Fusion, right? For some of their combos. And so now you have a really good one to summon going second. So I think that's a reasonable card, actually. I expected this one to be like kind of a meme, just like for the artwork kind of card, but it feels okay. Evolution Result Burst. You cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn after this card resolves, except with spell effects. Also, add 1 Overload Fusion from your deck to your hand. Also, the maximum number of attacks per battle phase this turn of any monster you fusion summon using 6 or more materials with Overload Fusion this turn is equal to the number of materials used for its summon. You can only activate 1 per turn. That's a lot of attacks. But how do we, like, what do we summon with this? Because, like, okay, Chimera Tech Over Dragon. Oh, okay, I see. I see why it makes sense. I was like, Chimera Tech Over Dragon can already attack 1,000 times, but it can only attack monsters. It can only attack monsters. We can also make Rampage, I guess. But this thing already has like 3 attacks, but now we can make it attack like a bajillion times. I don't know if it seems funny. I don't know if there's a way to abuse this card, but it feels funny to me. I don't know. It's like crazy to think that. I mean, how do you get... You need like 6 machines in the graveyard though, right? You need 6 machines in the graveyard, and you can never really make... You cannot really make a dedicated game plan around this because is this card searchable? Is there like a card that searches this card? Because it doesn't mention Cyber Dragon. I don't feel like you can search this card. So it would be very volatile for like, you know. Yeah, I mean thrusting going second. That actually isn't that unreasonable. That's actually not that unreasonable if you like blind second. I don't know. It's still I don't think it feels more like a meme, but it's a funny meme. Ready, set, duel. Now surely this is a meme. When this card resolves, if you control no other cards, you can add a Synchron from your deck to your hand. That's not bad actually. Once per turn, during your standby, place a signal counter on this card. You can remove 2 signal counters from your field and send this card to the grave, draw 2 cards, then send the card from your hand to the graveyard. You can only activate 1 ready set duel per turn. The second thing in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is never going to happen. Unless there's other cards with signal counters. Which I'm not sure if there is. I'm not sure if there is other signal counters that are easily placeable. There are? Okay. But still, I mean, even without that second effect, I don't know if we can consistently use the second effect. But the first effect is already not bad, right? It's just tanky for synchrons, which we already have tuning. So with that combined, you can play 6 additional searchers for any synchron. So if you ever make a strategy revolving around whatever synchron card, this is not a bad card, I think. And if you can pull off the signal counter thing, then even better. All right, that's better than I thought. That is better than I thought it was going to be. Drawn OG, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Time to stand up. If a Dragon Synchro is on the field, special summon up to 2 monsters that are Resonators and or level 1 dragons from your deck. Ooh, red Resonator angle. Easy clap. When a monster effect is activated while you control a level 10 or higher Dark Dragon Synchro, you can banish this card from the grave, negate that effect, and if you do, 1 Synchro monster you control gains 2,000. You can only use each effect. That seems like a meme. That feels like a meme. It's not a bad card per se, but it still feels like a meme. Yo, Slender Revolution, thank you for the 3 months, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I will keep it up as long as you guys keep enjoying the content. Appreciate you. This creepy little punk, which is a weird-ass name. Why did they name it that? Why did they name it that? This is weird. I don't know why. This card is always treated as an Infernity card. Yeah, then call it Infernity Punk or something. That would have been a cool name. Anyways. Special summon. One of your Infernity monsters that is banished or in your hand or grave. If a face-up Infernity monster you control is destroyed by battle or leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect while this card is in your grave, you can set this card. You can only use each effect of this creepy little punk once per turn. Now, I'll say one thing. This card is actually good. Or, like, this is one of the perfect cards for Infernity. It's scary because I'm in a weird spot right now because I do like Infernity. Infernity, for me, is a very nostalgic archetype that I think is cool. But I do not think that Infernity is very healthy. You know what I mean? But when I say I like Infernity, it does not mean that I think Infernity should be, you know, in the game, right? Because if Infernity is ever good, it's probably not very healthy, but I still like Infernity. That being said, I think the concept of you have to have no cards in hand is very weird for Infernity. It's very weird for Infernity because it means you cannot play any hand traps. Because then going second, how are you gonna, like, you know, sometimes you have like an extra hand trap in your hand and you just can't play the game. So I think it's not in a very good spot, but this card is good. Have you ever set an Infernity monster? I actually never got to play Infernity back in the day. It's one of those decks where at the time when it came out, it was just so expensive that I couldn't play it. Like, the Infernity Barrier was super expensive and I didn't have it. I simply did not have the deck. I don't remember if I ever got to play Infernity. That's besides the point. The answer is obviously no, but yeah. Anyways, that card is good for Infernity lovers. Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon. I feel like we have enough of these, but maybe that's just me. If this card is synchro summoned, you can special summon a level 2 or lower tuner from your grave. Wait, that's already good. I don't even have to read further. That means if you have like a level 2 tuner and a level 6, that's already Baron. During the main phase, quick effect, you contribute this card, special summon a Stardust from your extra deck. This is treated as a synchro summon. Then, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon monster using monsters you control as material. This turn, the monster synchro summoned is unaffected by opponent's active. Oh! That's a good card! That is a good card. You can, like, summon hella synchros on your opponent's turn. Nah, this card is strong. It sees a lot of play in the OCG. Yeah, with the new Synchron, I'm not surprised. With the new, like, what is it called? Assault Synchron or whatever? It was here on another one, but like it. That is a good card. Okay. But like, it's a good card in a good way, I think. I'm not like mad that this card exists. You know, sometimes I read a card and I'm like, this card is very good. I am not happy that it exists. This one, I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm okay with this existing. You know what I mean? I don't hate the fact that this exists. I think this is an okay card. I think Baron is more of a problem than this, if anything, but okay. Overlay network. Okay, now we're getting into the exceeds stuff. During your main phase, activate one of these effects. Target a face-up monster you control that has a level. Special summon a monster with the same level from your hand or grave in defense position, but you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except XYZs. You can only use this effect once per turn. Target an XYZ monster you control. Add one card attached to it to that card's owner's hand. I think we've seen this before. Someone remind me where I've seen this, because this has seen play somewhere. I remember looking at OCG decks on stream, and this card was in there. But I don't know where it was. Was that Exo Sister? Because it's kind of okay. It's like a reborn / extender, right? It's an extender, but it also adds back like it basically regains card advantage later. It's like a monster reborn now. Later on, we get back one card from the material. Right? It is also kind of cool with decks that have ways to attach non-monsters to cards. Like, you can like attach Random Thought. You can like attach cards from Banished Pile to Kashtira Arise Hard and then add them back to your hand. Please don't do this. I was just purely that was just completely out of out of context. Like, do not put this card into Cash Tira, even though it's probably not. It's actually not that bad, is it? It's like an extender. Nah, don't do it. Don't do it. I take it back. Number 39, Utopia Rising. If this card is special summoned, you can target a number XYZ in your grave except Utopia Rising. Special summon it in defense, then you can attach all of this card's material to it. If you XYZ summon, you can special summon this card from your grave, but banish it. Okay, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use each effect of number 39 Utopia Rising once per turn. That is also not a bad card. When did they start? Like, why is there good support in here? It's not like amazing, but it's not like completely meme. I don't know if it's like super good, but it's like not a bad card. I don't know. I don't see a way to immediately use this outside of Utopia, because when I am looking at cards like these, I am not looking at them in the way that like, oh, I hope I can play Utopia now. But I'm more so looking at it from the perspective of, can I use this in other decks? And like in other decks, it's a generic rank 4, so if you have like a combo that puts a number XYZ into the grave, you can just make this, bring back the XYZ, basically free bodies. It's not a terrible card, but I can't think of a deck that uses it as of now. Barian Untopia. Always treated as a Barian's card. Why didn't you just call it Barian's Utopia then? Number monsters you control with a number between 101 and 107 in their name, as well as CXYZ monsters and number C monsters you control, cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effect, and your opponent cannot target them with card effects. Bro, number 100 is in shambles right now, and number 108, if that exists, is also in shambles. Does between also mean that 101 is included? Is 101 included or not? Europa boy, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the support. Number 108 does not exist. Unfortunate. All right. It is included. Okay. Once per turn, if you special summon an XYZ monster with a rank up magic spells effect, you can target that XYZ monster and one monster your opponent controls, attach the opponent's monster to that XYZ monster as material. Now, this card seems like a meme. As opposed to the, previous cards that were like okay / even good. This card seems like a meme. This feels like an absolute meme. This card basically says if you're already winning the game, win the game even more. A Dragon King's Myth. Target a dragon monster you control, double its current attack until the end of this turn. Then, if your opponent controls a dragon monster, the targeted monster's effect activations cannot be negated this turn. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave. Special summon in defense position one of your dragon XYZs that is banished or in the grave. You can only use one effect per turn and only once that turn. That card is just not very exciting. It doesn't feel like a meme like the previous card, because both of those effects kind of have their purpose, right? I mean, doubling your attack is not bad. Reviving an XYZ by banishing it from the graveyard is also not bad, but like it feels way too specific for it to be useful. Literal Misk? I mean, it only works if your opponent controls a dragon. For one monster. It's not Misk. How did we compare this card to Misk right now? How did that happen, chat? How did someone say this card was Misk? That's not the card I would compare this to. Performapal Duelist Extraordinaire. Dude, they put just support for everyone into this pack, dude. Like I feel like every single like rogue Andy is literally just like so happy right now for the set. The artwork is sick. This one does look sick. Duelist Extraordinaire. Once per turn, at the start of the damage step, if a monster battles a monster, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, banish one spell from your deck. For that battle, your monster cannot be destroyed. Also, the battle damage you take is halved. Is there anything great we can do with this? Like banishing something crazy from the deck? Is there like a spell card that's insane if you banish it? Theosis. We're not going to banish Kashtira Theosis with this chat. We're not going to do that. We are not going to do that. Monster effect. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can add a Supreme King Dragon monster, one Supreme King Gate monster, or one Soul of the Supreme King from your deck to your hand. Once per turn during the standby phase, activate this effect. Each player can banish a spell from their deck. Once per turn, when a monster declares an attack, activate this effect. The attacked player can apply the following effect. Add one of your banished spells to your hand, then discard it. And if you do, negate that attack. There has to be something here that you are supposed to banish. Like, what is the synergy in this Performapal Supreme King style archetype? Why does this card have this very specific effect of banishing a spell from your deck? It mimics action spells from Arc V. Okay. There's no synergy, it's just anime shenanigans. Okay, well, this card doesn't seem very good overall because both of the effects require the battle phase. So, not very good. Wonders of Nature. How many cards are there? Special summon a level 4 or lower fairy, spellcaster, winged beast, or beast warrior monster from your hand, and if you do, equip it with this card. Then you can return all dragon monsters on the field to the hand during the end phase if this card's in your grave because it was sent there while it was face up in the spell and trap zone. This turn, you can add a polymerization fusion spell or fusion parasite from your deck to your hand. Okay, this card is actual garbage and just... This is just like anime. I'm sure it makes some sense. But return all dragons on the field to the hand. I don't know. It even summons from hand. This is awful. Get that out of my sight. Battle Royale mode joining. What? Activate this card by targeting an effect monster on the field. The first 2 times, that target would be destroyed by battle. Each turn, it is not destroyed. When that target is destroyed by battle, the player that destroyed it gains 2,000 life points. If the turn player's opponent takes battle or effect damage, they can apply this effect. Special summon a level 4 or lower monster from your hand or deck, and if you do, you lose 2,000 life points. If the turn player's opponent takes damage, wait, is this new? This is already in Master Duel, is it not? I'm sure this card is in Master Duel. Do we have this in the TCG already? I don't remember seeing this in the TCG ever, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, this is new in TCG, but it's already in Master Duel. That's interesting. Okay. Pay half your life points, special summon the Zarg from your extra deck. Yeah. It's returned to the extra deck during the end phase. When your opponent activates a spell or effect, you can banish this card from your grave. And one Supreme King Zarg, special summon up to... Okay. Why was this used again? This was used for some reason, I think. For like, why did people use this? Even before Dynamorphia, though. Even before Dynamorphia. I felt like it was used for why was this used? I don't remember when either. They used it against Runic, I feel like. I feel like that's when I saw this the first time, is when Runic Stun was like so popular and some people used this to counter it, but I don't remember how it worked. I don't remember how it worked. Where's Zark? Negate its effects. Well, it's negated anyway, so why do I need Zark? You book Zark after summoning it. Fusion, Synchro, and XYZs your opponent controls cannot activate their effects. Once per turn, when a card is added from the main deck to your opponent's hand, you can destroy that card. Must be fusion summoned. If this card is special summoned, destroy all cards your opponent controls. Cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special summon a Supreme King Dragon monster from your deck or extra deck. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, place this card in your Pendulum Zone. Special summon up to one each Pendulum Dragon, XYZ Dragon, Synchro Dragon, Fusion Dragon from hand deck. Yeah, they would put it into the graveyard. I think they would just use it to summon Zark, and then when your opponent activates a spell, you get all of the other dudes. I think that's how it was supposed to work, I'm pretty sure. EP Skarm, think of it as 6 months. Which I don't know if that's... I mean, it requires a lot of extra deck space. That's the first thing. It requires a lot of extra deck space, so not every deck can do this. But it, like, against a spell-heavy deck, it feels kind of awkward to play around that. It doesn't feel that bad. It doesn't feel great either. It feels kind of like a meme, but a meme that can sometimes work. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's not strictly a meme in the sense that it's completely bad, but sometimes you just, like, you get hit by this thing and you just, like, can't do anything about it. Firewall, Dragon, Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz. Bro, anime, once again, I've said it before, anime Andes are so happy about this set right now. It's probably insane. Like, that set feels like a wet dream for any anime enthusiast. Which is fine in my book. I don't know. From the competitive perspective, there wasn't that much here yet. There was some stuff. But for, like, anime fans... Bruh. 3+ Cyber's monsters. Link 5. Negate any opponent's monster effect activated during the battle phase. Not bad. Quick effect. You can send a Cyber's monster from your deck or extra deck to the grave. And if you do, this card is also treated as the sent monster's attribute. Also, it gains 2,500 attack. You can only use this effect of Firewall, Dragon, Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz once per turn. This card can make a number of attacks on monsters each battle phase up to the number of its attributes. It's... somehow... they made this card a lot harder to summon than Access Code Talker. And still worse than Access Code Talker. Which says a lot about Access Code Talker more than anything, honestly. Because, I mean, yes, Link 5 is always going to be way too much of an investment for this card. But the effect of this card is not, like, inherently bad. It's like, yeah, you can negate all the shit that they do in the battle phase. And you can send, like, a Dotscaper to the grave. So it's realistically only a Link 4 because you get a material back by sending a Cybers from deck or extra to the grave. But it's just like 5,500, which is only barely more than Access Code, and it destroys no cards. It just attacks twice. Which Access Code also attacks twice. I just realized. Access Code usually will also just attack twice, so this card is not that crazy. Angel of Blue Tears. Target a face-up monster on the field. Its controller's opponent takes damage equal to the number of cards in their hand, times 200. Then negate that target's effects until the end of this turn. If effect damage is inflicted, you can banish this card from your grave, set a normal trap directly from your hand or deck. If set from the hand, it can be activated this turn. You can only use one Angel of Blue Tears effect per turn and only once that turn. Okay, I have a important question about this card. I think I know the answer. But this card does not trigger itself, right? This card does not trigger itself. If I use this card, damage gets inflicted. It's still on the field. Oh, it even says you can only use one per turn and only once that turn. Never mind then. Okay. Assuming that part wasn't there, it would still not work, right? Because it would not be in the grave when the damage happens. I'm actually interested in that answer. Even if it didn't have that clause, it could not trigger itself, I think. Do you think Runic Sprite after the bans will still be better than pure sprites? I am actually... Good that you ask. I'm actually going to record a Runic Sprite deck profile today after stream. I'm going to record a profile because I planned on going to a tournament this weekend. And I wanted to play Runic Sprite, but I cannot make it. Which is sad. But the good thing is that means you guys can see the profile before the weekend. I can just post it like tomorrow. So, yeah. I was gonna go to Dreieich. Yeah, I was gonna go to Dreieich, but I cannot make it. I'm just busy this weekend, unfortunately, with other stuff. But it's fine. You're just gonna get the profile without a tournament result attached to it. Anyways, this card is... I guess it's not horrible, but it's also just not very good. Right? It's like... Going second, you can negate an opponent's monster by taking some damage. Right? You can negate an opponent's monster by taking some damage, which is not bad. But there's better cards to do that. I think this is the last one. Mercedes Style, thank you for the 7 months. I will. Thank you so much. Forge a new future. Once per chain, if a Link 4 monster is Link summoned, you can place a counter on this card. Then you can apply the following effect based on the number of counters on it. Declare a card name, and if you do, the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with that original name are negated this turn. Declare a card name, and if you do, the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with that original. Special summon a level 4 monster look area. 3, send this card to the grave, and if you do, special summon a Link 4 from your extra deck. This card is meme. This card is meme because it is a continuous trap card that triggers on the summon of Link 4 monsters. Which, summoning Link 4 monsters does not happen very often. And I will also say, I'm pretty sure that this does not even work against the most common Link 4 monster. If they make Access Code Talker, you cannot activate this. It has some synergy with IP, but I'm going to be honest with you, that is not a reason to play the card. The problem is that this is a trap card, so you can never use it on your first turn. You have to set it up for your opponent's turn, which means that your deck needs to basically open on IP Masquerena plus a hard-drawn trap card. And let me tell you, there is better hard-drawn trap cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than this. If I open with IP plus a trap, it does not have to be Forge a New Future. It can just be Solemn Judgment, Floodgate, Appointer of the Red Lotus, Dimensional Barrier, Anti-Spell. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be this. Yeah, but this one's funny. Okay, I guess if you think this one is the funniest and that's worth playing, then go for it. But I don't think it's that funny to play a card that's just like worse than other cards. But yeah, okay. So that is the that is all of the new cards, I think, which I'm gonna be honest with you, kind of disappointing. I think this card is not awful for heroes, but it does not make heroes good. I think this card is a meme, but almost close to being scary. This card is not bad as a searcher for synchrons. This card is not bad, I think. This card is good for Infernity, but probably not enough for Infernity. This card, I think, is strong. This card, I predict, will see play at some point, especially in the combination of if you have a deck with level 2 tuners and level 6 non-tuners. I'm thinking of the OCG that has a bestial deck. We can look at the OCG meta in a bit. We haven't done that in a while, and I think there's a new OCG meta report. I'm down to look at that. I think we're going to see this in a couple of decks. I think there's a couple of decks that use this card in the OCG right now. So this one is good. I don't think it's going to be good right off the bat. I think we are not in the situation right now where we can play this card a lot. Like, I don't know. It's also worth noting that this can revive like Diviner or something. Like, yeah, some people in chat saying that right now. It's like, this card is good. And then Overlay Network is a card with a little bit of potential. A little bit. Not crazy. But that's about it for the new cards. It's like, hero players want to get one copy of this. This card is probably a meme. This card's alright if you're planning to play Synchrons. This card's alright if you're an Infernity player. This card's good. And this card's alright if you play an XYZ focused strategy that wants it. But, like, that's about it. So, honestly, the new cards in this set are overall a little underwhelming, I would say. I don't hate it because, I mean, it's very normal. Like, at some point, I think it's good that they just take a whole bunch of OCG cards and bring them over. Right? It's not their fault that a bunch of these cards were designed, like, underwhelmingly in the OCG, but, like, I don't know. I expected a little bit more off the Gate Guardian archetype, honestly. I feel like it's... I didn't feel like it necessarily was going to be a meme. Like, I felt like it could have maybe been okay, but they just didn't make it very good, I think, but it's okay. Reprints, I guess. What's your favorite reprint in the set? What's worth talking about? Because you guys know, obviously you guys know I'm amazing with card prices, but just to double check, what was like a good reprint in here? Because everyone, of course, knows about, you know, Baronne de Fleur being in here. Baronne de Fleur is in here, which is great, of course. Guardian Chimera is great. That's nice. Those were the two we knew already that these would be, you know, releasing. We knew that these would be releasing. But what else? I see Wind Up Kitten in here. I guess that was a good reprint. Even though without Elf, that card is probably not that great. We have Psybeast. That card was randomly expensive. So that's good. Because that only had one print. The bad thing about this reprint is that no one plays it anyways. but I guess theoretically you could. Coelacanth, was that an expensive card? Was Coelacanth expensive? Yes? Okay, I don't really know why. I guess the last print of this card was very old. It does have a common print, but that was like Turbo Pack something, like very old. So I guess it is a good reprint for like old format players. Kalut? Why are you calling Kalut a good reprint? Was Kalut actually worth money? I don't feel like it was. Kalut was money? 3 euros. Okay, that's a good reprint then. I did not know that. I did not know that, but that's good. Okay. All right, Kalut reprint is good. I'm pretty sure we didn't need another Zephyros. I'm pretty sure we had enough Zephyroses in the... Okay. Nimble Angler is a very good one. That's a very good one because that was... I'm guessing because I don't know for sure, but I think that was like a 6 euro common or more even. Even more than that. Okay, well then, very good reprint. Very good reprint. 10 euro card. That's crazy. Okay. Then we have the Mech Knights. I don't think were super expensive. I don't think Rika Pedal was expensive because I think that's a common. But I do believe there was a Rika card in here that was actually expensive. Like the Rika Glamour was the Searcher spell, right? Glamour, I think, was expensive. Pedal was a super and it was money. Okay. I did not actually... I've never looked into Rika prices. All I know is that I'm pretty sure that these two were expensive. So that's good. Overall, honestly, I'm also seeing in the chat that people are saying All Say was money. Interesting. I did not know that. I guess the last print of this is a long time ago. Avramax was like decently expensive, ultra rare. Even the lowest rarity, ultra rare from like Mega Pack was I think like 12 to 15, so not a bad reprint. Overall, honestly, I think it's a solid reprint set still. I think it was a solid reprint set. Or it is a solid reprint set. I think that's a decent amount of value. Solemn Judgment is a good reprint too. Solemn Judgment is a good reprint. There were already affordable versions of Judgment, but still you're not unhappy about another one, I think. Overall, I think it's solid reprints across the board. For the new cards, of course, not all of them are amazing, but there are some. So I think it's... I'm okay with this set, honestly. Makes Rika more affordable, makes Barone more affordable, makes Guardian Chimera more affordable, makes a bunch of staples for even Sprite more affordable, makes some old Edison and whatnot cards like Kalut and Coelacanth and Judgment more affordable. I'm pretty sure that even Treacherous Trap Hole was not that cheap, but maybe that was in the Trap Trick structure deck. I don't know if it was. But overall, I actually think it's a solid set. I honestly think it's a solid set. It's not like crazy. It was not in the structure. Okay, then it's a good reprint. What are the... Okay, but now for the real deal. Hey, you guys know I'm a fan of collector rares. I know some people don't like him, but I do. What are the collector's rares? And can we see images? Did they post images somewhere? Because I need... With these collector's rares, I really need to see. You know, I need to see that. Does it say here? Okay. We have Dual Academy as a collector's rare. That's a not very good one. We have Firewall Dragon Dark Fluid. That's not a very good one. We have Psybeast. In my book, that's also not a very good one. Like, I don't think that's very exciting. Wind Up Kitten is cool. I personally like that. I like that personally. I might get one. Photon Orbital. I don't know what that is. Teardrop the Rika Queen. All right. I guess Rika players can have a nice teardrop. Spellbook of Fate. That's a cool one. Solemn Judgment Collector's Rare. Oh. Ooh. Barone is also a collector's? Yeah, but like, why does it not say that here? I guess this list is incomplete. I guess this list just is incomplete. I think here they just put 2 versions of all of the ones that have it. So it would be Solemn, Fate, Teardrop the Rika Queen, Barone the Fleur. Hold up. Wind Up Kitten, Psy Beast, Firewall, Dual Academy. Yeah. All right. Honestly, weird choices for some of these. I would have liked some other choices, but maybe we don't know all of them yet. Maybe we don't know all of them yet because there might be more. But yeah. There's a couple ones that I think are odd choices that are just not very good cards, but anyways, one last thing for this set that I wanted to cover before we move on is that Ancient Fairy Dragon now is legal again. And it is the first print. It is the first print of Ancient Fairy Dragon with the new text. The first print of Ancient Fairy Dragon with the new text. Now, we have seen the new text before in a stream. We've looked at it. If you want to see a Baroni Collectors, ooh, hold up. I'll look at that in a second. So we've talked about this beforehand when this card got unbanned, but now that it's officially released, I just quickly want to be talking about that once again. The new effect is actually not this one. This is the old effect. Where okay, let me look for the new effect. Ancient Fairy Dragon. They probably have it in the official database. Hold up. I'm pulling it up as we speak. Because if I remember correctly, and I actually do have to remind myself right now, but if I remember correctly, this effect is still very good. During your main phase, you can special summon a level 4 or lower monster from your hand. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. During your main phase, you can destroy as many cards in the field zones as possible, minimum 1, and if you do, gain 1,000 life points. Then you can add a field spell with a different name than the destroyed cards from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Ancient Fairy Dragon once per turn. Now, this card is still, I think, impressively strong. I think a lot of the reasons why Ancient Fairy Dragon was banned are still here. Like, I still think that going first, being able to just extend a level 4 monster from your hand is very powerful. And you don't have a drawback here because you know, losing your battle phase on your first turn is not a drawback. And being able to tutor any field spell from your deck to your hand is also quite powerful. Of course, also gaining 1,000 life points is a dangerous type of effect on an extra deck card, as we know. Now, what exactly did they change? They changed 2 things about this card. They made it a hard once per turn, so you cannot make multiple Ancient Fairy Dragons anymore. And the second thing they changed, which is a little bit more subtle, is the fact that you can now only add a field spell with a different name rather than the same one. Because that's something you could do with Ancient Fairy Dragon back in the day, was destroy a field spell and search the same one. People would do that with Chicken Game, for example, back in the day. They would like loop Chicken Games or pseudo space or whatever, and do that. Now, I will say one thing: pseudo space is still a card, so you can pop a field spell and add pseudo space from your deck to your hand and do that. You were able to loop resorts, true. You were able to loop spiral resorts because that card was not once per turn. Some of those possibilities do not exist anymore because of this once per, because of the errata. But I still think this card is powerful. One thing that I want to just mention is that the Strudo was, I remember correctly, right? The Strudo was unlimited last ban list. I do mix it up sometimes because we have Master Duel ban list, OCG ban list reactions. I think it was unlimited in the TCG, which I'm fine with overall. But what that means is I can use Dragon Ravine to send a Destrudo, and Destrudo always basically makes a level 7 Synchro, which makes Ancient Fairy, and then I can pop my Dragon Ravine to search any field spell in the game. And I still have I can still extend with Ancient Fairy Dragon from my hand. So basically, you don't even have to play Dragon Ravine in specifically Dragon decks. You can play Dragon Ravine in almost any deck with Destrudo, and you have that option. Now, whether that's good or not is up for debate. But I think this deck, this card brings a little bit of potential to some decks like Dragon Link, like ABC, like Spiral. You could maybe play some very wacky Ancient Fairy Dragon Spiral combos. I don't know if it's good or not. Probably not, but it's not out of the question. I think it's an interesting card to look into for combos. It's a little scary as well. It's a little scary. It's one of those cards where if I had to guess, I would say it's probably fine. It's probably a fine card. I don't think it's going to cause huge problems. I'm just a little bit scared of it because the card still has a lot of potential to be abused in crazy combos. But, you know. I'm just glad now the Strudo has to pay half life points. See, that's the thing about this life points gain effect is like, you can never win in time with this card if your way of summoning it is the Strudo, right? So that's, yeah. Will we see the Imperial Order treatment? Well, I mean, the errata here, the way they changed this card is a lot better than what they did to Imperial Order. Because for Imperial Order, they basically didn't change it. Here, they did change it. It is a little bit weaker than before. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. But honestly, I could see this card ending up being on the ban list again at some point. It's not out of the question. I think this card is still very, very concerning, but I don't know exactly how concerning it is right now. What did the errata do to Imperial Order? It was just basically before that, with Imperial Order, you had the option to pay for it or destroy it in the standby phase. After the errata, you did not have the choice anymore. You had to pay to keep it around. But that did not change anything. It didn't change anything because it was still like, you go first, open order, win the game. Like, it was stupid. All right. With that being said, I hope that gave you a little bit of an insight into Maze of Memories. I think it's a solid set. I don't think it's anything completely crazy. We will be opening a box on stream, courtesy of SmartGuard. Once again, shoutouts to SmartGuard. We will open, once the set releases, we will open a box of Maze of Memories. And last time with a collector's rare set, we did open a collector's rare in the SmartGuard display. So we're gonna see if we can pop one again. That'd be nice. But yeah, I think it's an okay set, honestly. I'm not like, I am, for whatever it's worth, I am not disappointed by the set. I'm not like pleasantly surprised either, but I am not disappointed by Maze of Memories. Now, can you give out some market tips for Maze of Memories? You just want to make fun of me again. You just want to make fun of me again, don't you? I can't give you any market tips for Maze of Memories. I have no idea what that's going to do for the price of cards. Like, honestly, I'm probably in the same boat as a lot of you in chat. I currently do not own a Baronne de Fleur, sadly. And I'm thinking to myself, do I pick one up now that the set releases? How much is it going to be? What's a good price for it? I have no idea. I have no idea what, like, is there, for example, is there pre-sales already for the set? Or not? Not yet. Okay. Well then, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna have to wait and see what feels like a good price. I have no idea, because I mean, Baronne de Fleur was incredibly expensive before this set. And it still is an ultra rare, which you don't pull that many, so I don't think it's going to be super cheap. 60 feels a little bit much, what I'm reading in chat right now. 60 feels a little bit much. 40 feels like it could be around that. 40 feels like it could be around that. It might be like Access Code. I think the reason why Access Code didn't really drop was because it was a gold rare, and gold rare just doesn't look that good. People don't want the gold rare. But this one, we have an ultra rare, which is the same. I think the collector's rare is going to be money, though. I think the collector's rare is going to be money, because that is now the highest rarity for one of the most played synchros in the game. Or like one of the most played extra deck monsters in general in the recent years. Like, I think a lot of people that have an ultra rare are going to want to upgrade to a collector's rare. So the collectors is probably, I think we're looking at one of the best collectors rares in a while. I think that's gonna be, I think that one's gonna be money. He found a website that has pre-sale prices. Yeah, but like, let's just wait. The set comes out next week, so we're gonna see it. Do we have a picture of it? We do actually, I think. I think we do, because someone said that it was pulled in this video.
So far, we've only got one ultra rare. I wonder if it's like 3 per box, like normal on these sets.
Ooh.
Oh, do we? Oh, dude! Oh man! Yeah, Baron was getting reprinted. I think that was confirmed.
Okay.
Anyway, because she's on the box, of course you can see like right down there, and I think it was in the write-up too, but I got the collector rare.
You think it looks bad? I don't think it looks bad. I'm gonna say one thing. I have seen more beautiful collector's rares, but I think it looks better than an ultra. I think if you say this does not look better than an ultra, you're coping. This looks better than an ultra. I'm probably still not gonna get one. I'm probably still gonna be I'm probably playing an ultra rare and be happy with it, because I think it's gonna be too expensive for me. It's not an ultimate rare. You know, it's not an ultimate rare that's like insane, but I still think it looks better than an ultra rare. It probably doesn't look, for me personally, the best way to say it is like, it does not look that much better for me to justify the difference in price. You know what I mean? Like, if it's like, if the ultra rare is like 30 or 40 bucks and this one is 200, it doesn't look 5 times as good. I'm not willing to spend 5 times the money for this, but I still think it looks good. I like the card. I think it looks good. I'm just not going to pay the price for it, I think. Well, yeah. All right. That is probably, I think, the best collector's rare we had maybe ever in terms of value. I wouldn't be surprised if this was more expensive. No, is it more? It's probably not going to be more expensive than the Gamma. Yo, Petro, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you for the continued support. Appreciate you a lot. Check this for the other collectors. All right.
And we have all of the goodies that you want to see for Maze of Memories. Then we have the Labyrinth Heavy Tank. So a lot of this is going to be the Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon Army. But if you fusion summon here, or the greatest mental hero,
Spellbook of Fate. Okay. This one looks kind of good. I think Judgment is gonna look nice. The Teardrop looks okay. You can't really tell from a still image, to be honest. It's hard to tell from a still image. Denro, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the support so much. Thank you so much. I think Judgment is gonna be nice. I don't think Judgment is gonna be... I mean, Judgment has an ulti, so like that's probably better, but still not bad. Anyways, that all being said, we have to do the lunch break, chat. We have to do the lunch break, and today you get 3 options for the lunch break. It is lunchtime. It is lunchtime, and you get 3 options. The first option, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but the last 2 videos I did with Cardmarket, the last 2 videos I did with Cardmarket released last Friday. I think some of you have already seen them, but I'm down to rewatch them on stream again. Which was the one where I rated magic cards, which I think a lot of people really liked. And then there's also the one where we played frogs with no ban list, where we played the frog deck that we made together on the channel here. We prepared this list together. So we can watch this one, or we can watch the one where MBT just like played Yu-Gi-Oh against someone in the White House, or like a congressman. White House may have not been where it happened. I don't know. So I'm down for either. We can make a poll. You guys can decide. I'm gonna make a what's for lunch. What's for lunch? Staple or stinker? MBT duel video or no ban list frog duel. You guys have a minute to decide and go. All right, close. You baited me by switching the order? My bad. It was just the order that they popped up in my head. All right, it is close between the Magic Staple or Stinker and the MBT video. And then the no ban list frog duel. I guess most of you have seen it already. I guess most of you have seen the no ban list frog duel already. All right. Looks like more people want to watch the Staple or Stinker together. Now, once again, before we watch this, I'm not going to give you guys spoilers because obviously I know because I was in the video. You guys feel free to guess along, okay? I think that's the most fun, so please try not to spoil anything, right? Please try to not spoil anything. Once again, if you have not seen this one yet, it was also very fun. I'm not going to spoil you. The goal was we built a deck with no ban list, and I built the deck together with Twitch chat, and the goal was to summon 3 totally awesomes. So you can watch the video and see if I managed to do it. And this one is another one I did with the guys over at Cardmarket, which was the Magic Staple or Stinker, which I love these. I love these mini games so much. You guys know this. We've watched some of these before on the channel sometimes, and this one it was very fun to finally get to do one myself. And so feel free to guess along. Feel free to guess along. I'm not going to spoil you at all.
Welcome to another episode of Staple or Stinker, and this time we have Josh, and Josh is an outstanding Yu-Gi-Oh player. What is Staple or Stinker? Well, good question that I asked.
I haven't seen this one either. Like,
five
of course,
cards,
I was
and
there,
all of
but I
those
haven't
cards
seen
are
what they
magic
made
cards,
out of it.
obviously, so you kind of have to parse through the idea of a magic card, and they're mostly either cards that are really good in Magic, that means they've been played a lot, either now or back then they've been staples of Magic, or they're stinkers, meaning either they've never seen any play for whatever reason, or people were very hyped about them, but they turned out to be trash.
Okay.
Well, you probably know the same concept from Yu-Gi-Oh!
I've seen the concept before. I'm excited to try and see how well I can do.
Awesome. All right, let's start with the first card.
All right, so I'm gonna flip it over. Siege Rhino, trample. When Siege Rhino enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Oh, it says each because you sometimes don't play with 2 players.
Yes, sometimes you play what we call commander or multiplayer, and then you have more opponents.
4 mana, where it's 3 different colors, and it's a 4.
I wish we had a format where you can play with multiple. And I'm not talking about cross duel.
5, which I also don't know if that's the...
This is one thing I'm jealous about for in terms of Magic. I like the amount of alternative formats that they have, like Commander, Draft, the other sealed formats. I kind of wish we had that too for Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, like, we were kind of developing it right now because we are starting to play like Time Wizard and whatnot. Those are alternative ways to play the game, but I think it's like I'm basically, I wish Yu-Gi-Oh! Was also made for draft, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Packs are just not made for draft.
I'm just comparing it to other mana-based card games that I've played before. I have played like Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra, those games. I know they're not the same as Magic. So 4 mana for a 4/5 seems to be like okay, but I feel like stats are probably not the most important thing about cards. Like the effect is definitely more important than just the stats. Yeah, okay. And so swing of 6 life when you start with, what is it, 20?
20.
That feels reasonable. What is trample? Is like damage through the defense?
Yes, so if I block with a 1/1, you
I still
deal...
receive 3 damage?
Yes.
Okay. Trample feels like the bonus here on this card. Like, I feel like that effect is not terrible, but I feel like if you were just trying to put...
With the fact that you always top, do you play some side events? Well, first of all, I don't always top. I try my best, but not always. Also perfect freeze frame right there, Pog. I always try to play side events on Friday if I can. I like in Lyon I played what's it called? I played Edison. Edison is currently my favorite format / side event to play.
Push damage, there's probably better cards than a 4 mana card with 4 attack. So the only thing I don't know is how easily you can have 3 different colors of mana, because
all right,
I know,
what do you
of
think?
course,
Staple or Stinker?
you have like each basic land is only 1 color, and I don't know how frequently you mix 3 different ones in a deck. But I do know that there's lands that have multiple colors to circumvent that problem. I feel like if there's a deck that can
Stinker for sure.
play these colors and is like a mid-range / control type deck where it really appreciates the life gain and the blocker, I feel like this is a good card. So unless I'm wrong about any of these previous assumptions, I'm gonna guess that this is a good card.
You say it's a staple.
Yes.
Outstandingly, that was all correct.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
nice.
incredible. Like every single part that you said,
I saw a lot of
actually
you
matters
saying
for the
Stinker.
card.
Nice.
You are right. This is a staple.
Yeah.
And the reason is all of the lists that you combined together.
Okay.
So it does have very nice stats for 4 mana. 4 mana.
I think this card is... I think I was only able to get this card because I played some other mana-based card games before. I think if I look at this card from a Yu-Gi-Oh perspective, it doesn't look very good. So I think it's understandable that that a lot of you guys said Stinker. I think it's yeah. It's like I've played a little bit of Hearthstone, and I have a little bit of I've played a decent amount of Runeterra basically for a year, and it's like stats are more important in those games, and life swings are also more important because there's like aggro decks that will try to rush you down, and it's like way more. It just works a little bit different, and this card seems like a great card.
4 or 5
in
is
mana-based
something
cards.
reasonable. And in Magic, more than Yu-Gi-Oh, stats matter because you don't have like free summons or you're trying to win the game as quickly as possible. There is something like stabilizing the board.
I was comparing it to Life Drinker in Hearthstone, which is I think Life Drinker was a 4 mana 3/3 that would drain 3 life from your opponent. So it had worse stats and it didn't have trample. And I remember I didn't actually play much with Life Drinker, but Life Drinker I think was a solid card. And so I was like, this card has better stats than Life Drinker and trample, so like it's probably good. Even though it's like Hearthstone is not by any means the same as Magic, but like that was basically my reason to
Outstanding. Well done.
Okay, perfect.
All right, one for you.
Cool.
Card number 2.
Prophetic's Flame Speaker, 3 mana, only red and 1 colorless.
So you have to pay 2 red mana and 1
And any mana, okay. Double strike, trample. Whenever Prophetic Flame Speaker deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library, you may play it this turn. Okay. What is double strike?
Normally,
How does that work?
a creature hits once. So there's a step in combat that says, now we do damage.
Yeah.
But this creature actually deals damage twice. First, before everybody else, that is first strike, and then normal damage, meaning at the same time.
So it's like specifically good against things with 1 health if it attacks.
That is very true.
Like that's like the perfect scenario if you attack and they decide to block with a card that's 1 health, why ever they would do that. And then I get to... It doesn't go to the graveyard, right? It goes to another zone, right?
Yes.
Which we call banish in Yu-Gi-Oh! The banished zone. Removed from play. Normally, like, it's supposed to be hard to interact with these cards. So I wonder if in Magic, if a card is exiled, does it mean it's like gone for good, or is there like decks that can easily interact with exile cards? Like they focus on...
Usually, the exile zone, there's the graveyard, which is gone, and then the exile, which is gone.
Okay.
But this card specifically allows you to play that card for this turn. In this case, exile is a storage for that card.
Okay,
for that turn.
and I'm probably
Because you're
only
getting
using it for this.
Punished if you don't play it this turn.
This doesn't feel that good to me, because like 3 mana for a 1/3, I feel like at the time when you'll be able to play this, your opponent's probably just gonna have blockers that obliterate this card. It feels like it's, and also the card you exile off the top of your deck. Of course you can play it this, but only this turn for free, and it's not even for free, right? You still have to pay.
I almost fucked up. I thought for a second you could play it for free, because like that's how it would work in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? If it says like banish a card from your deck and then you can use it this turn, it would be free. But of course in Magic
You have to pay for it. If it's a land, you can play it.
You can just play it, okay. But still, I mean, you have to hit a card that you want. If you hit something that you don't want at this time, you've basically spent all this effort in trying to make a 3 mana 1/3 connect. It feels like it sounds interesting because if it goes unblocked, you get just 2 options that you can play for free. But I'm gonna say this one is not very good.
So you label a stinker.
Yes.
Red is known for playing spells that burns stuff. So you deal damage and it removes creatures. We have Cardmarket Lightning Bolt that deals 3 damage for 1 mana. The idea of that card is you play it, and then when your opponent plays creatures, you remove the creatures, you attack, and you get card advantage because you're showing the cards of your deck.
That sounds like it's a good card in the context of red.
That's what people thought how it's gonna play out.
Okay.
I was really scared.
But it actually didn't. You were right. It's a stinker.
Nice.
I
People were
was so scared when you said that.
excited when
was
that
like,
card
no.
came out and said like, okay, I just play it. What is my opponent gonna do? I mean, besides removing it. But if they play a creature,
If this attacks and it isn't blocked, do you exile too? That's how I understood it, because it strikes twice. It deals 2 damage, but at separate occasions, right? It like deals 1 and then deals 1 again. So I feel like it should ban it. It should exile 2 cards.
I'll remove it, I'll make the creature bigger, and then the card advantage is gonna be overwhelming. But it turns out, as you said, a 1/3 for 3 mana just isn't gonna cut it. And
It just needs a lot of help.
It needs a lot of help, and also when you're playing an aggressive deck and red is an aggressive color, you're kind of taking a turn off for your opponent to do something cooler, and that never turned out to be a good card.
Okay.
Well done.
Nice.
2 for 2.
I felt like I was wrong when you started talking about how you can combine it with this or that card.
Well,
but
people
okay.
were very convinced that this card is
Okay.
going to be very good, but it was not. All right, number 3.
Vine Lasher Kudzu, 2 mana, green. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Vine Lasher Kudzu. It starts out as a 1/1, and it just keeps growing as soon as you play lands. Now, how good is it to have a 2/2 on like turn 3. Like the earliest thing you played is on 2, and then on 3 you play your
Same
first
shirt.
land,
Oh, yeah.
so it becomes a 2/2
Shirtception.
immediately. Is that all right? Or is it? Or you can't tell me that.
In a normal game of Magic, a 2-mana 2/2 would be not good.
Okay.
I'll give you a little hint or a little extra
This is a
knowledge for
staple,
this
you
one.
say? Okay.
There are lands in Magic which are called fetch lands, which you can play
Oh, I've heard of that.
and then sacrifice, and then they get you another land of a certain condition.
And does it
out of
count
your
twice?
land. Whenever land enters the battlefield, meaning when you play the fetch land, or you get
Where do they
something
film
from your
these? In
library,
Berlin,
at any
the
point in
Cardmarket,
time where a land
office.
is put into
It's in
play.
Berlin.
People play those fetch lands just because, like, they deck thin the lands out of your deck early.
Yeah, you thin your deck to a minor reason. It does some percentages. Mostly they be played because
Staple,
of
it
the
get
color
big.
fixers.
It's just for like consistency to make sure you have the right colors. And,
Yes.
and those count as 2 counters for the Wine Lasher.
Exactly, because you put it into play and then get another one. Basically, in every competitive format where fetch lands are allowed, they're played.
Okay. So what I would guess then is that this card is, I'd say it's probably solid if you drop it right on turn 2 or turn 3, because then it immediately starts growing, and like early on, that's probably okay.
Definitely worse later.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Is that enough to make the card playable? Because I feel like if you draw this card at any point in like turn 4 or 5 or 6, even starting turn 4 pretty much right away, when it's like too late for you to drop it really early. I don't know if you keep playing lands every turn until the end of the game. You probably stop doing that at some point because you only have
Hopefully, yeah.
hopefully you don't want to draw into lands, right? Until the end of the game. This card must be like awful to draw later, because this one is just a pile of stats, and only if you draw it like early enough to do that. Even if you have a 20/20, can't that just be blocked by a 1/1 every time? Like, is there like...
No, if it doesn't have trample.
Yeah, so you'd have to spend like extra effort to give it trample as well. I'm gonna say this one is not good as well. I don't think this one's good. Yeah, no, it's not good. I'm calling it. I don't think it's good. I'm not buying it.
And you're correct, yes.
Easy clap.
People were very excited when that card came out because you had the fetch lands. Early in Magic, a scaling creature about +1/+1 each turn was okay. Like, we're talking about 2000, like the year 2000.
And this is not when this came out.
This is like 2005, I would say. But as you said, drawing later is pretty bad. And also, as Magic power creeped a little bit stronger, creatures got better.
0
You
for
just
3
couldn't
easy.
find the reason to play it because it wasn't big enough.
Okay.
Well done.
Nice.
3 for 3. Wow. Next turn.
Dolmen Gate, 2 mana artifact. I don't know what artifact means.
This is pretty much a effect that's
The
just
floodgate.
you get the bonus of having it.
Okay, so I pay for it once and then it stays there and I have the bonus.
I think you have something with like some conditions that apply to the board.
We have like field spells that stay there
Yeah, exactly.
until someone gets rid of them, or
This is
until
just one
They
of those
showed
that you
Mystic
can
Mine and Necro Valley for this? Oh,
prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures you control. Combat damage is when I attack with a creature and it gets blocked. They just don't die, or like they don't take any damage from that.
Yeah, so since you have to be attacking, basically every creature blocking doesn't deal no damage.
Basically, it removes the downsides of just trying to attack, even if your opponent has like bigger creatures.
You can always attack, nothing happens.
Okay. This one is, I feel like, the toughest one so far because it's not a creature. Like, I can't look at like stats and effects because that's something I feel like is. So how does combat work? If I attack with the creature and it doesn't die, is there any downside to me just swinging over and over?
No, so you have a creature. If I want to attack, I tap the creature. Only blocking creatures need to be untapped, so if I attack, I can't normally block.
So we found the downside,
Well, if you attack, you can.
which is like if I attack, I can't block on the next turn. Right?
That is always true for attacking.
Okay. I still feel like for 2 mana, until my opponent spends a card to remove this, which I don't know if there's easy ways to remove artifacts.
If you want to, there. Artifacts aren't that important from the beginning, but a lot of people's sideboards have ways to get rid of artifacts if they need to.
So if I'm going wider than my opponent and I have like smaller creatures than they do, I can still swing with all of them. And if they block, then I don't lose that one creature that was blocked. I'm gonna say this feels good because it's just 2 mana. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's good.
So you say it's
but I'm not 100% confident on this one. But I'm gonna say it's good.
Unfortunately, you're wrong.
Okay.
People also were very excited when that card came out, and they went to the thought process of I'm attacking all the time, right? And it's so easy and so relaxing if all your creatures can just turn
Yeah,
sideways
that's what
and
I meant,
attack.
yeah.
You don't have to bother about blocking. If you
After
have
the
more
first 3, I thought I could go 5 for 5.
creatures, you always deal damage.
I
If
thought
you
I could
would
do it.
trade, well, you don't trade, so blocking for your opponent is very hard. But you don't want to play that in turn 2, like in the early game, because
'cause
then
it's
you're
bad
not
tempo,
playing,
right?
then you're not playing creatures, so you're not putting up the pressure, and then your opponent is going to attack you, and it does nothing on blocking. But you also, if you play it later, you're not guaranteeing that you're actually getting through, because your opponent might have a removal spell, which one doesn't prevent. People tried it a lot and realized, yeah, the deck is much better without.
No. Well, we lost the streak.
And got forgotten. But this one is a hard one.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Last one.
That was tough. Sheoldred?
Sheoldred.
Sheoldred, the Apocalypse. 4 mana, black, legendary creature.
Legendary means
Ooh.
you can only have her on the battlefield.
Oh, I can't play 2 Sheoldreds.
Yeah, if you play this card twice, you have to choose one and keep it, and the rest.
Oh, okay. Death Touch sounds like whenever she battles with any other creature, that creature dies. It doesn't like auto win the game if it connects.
That would be very good.
Okay.
No,
That'd
it
be
means
very good then.
If
Okay.
that card deals damage to a creature, that creature dies.
Whenever you draw a card, you
Yo,
gain
you gotta ask. You gotta ask.
2 life. Whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. Wait, this is just... That's just better than Siege Rhino, isn't it?
Depends on what are you comparing.
I'm comparing Sheoldred to Siege Rhino,
No, I mean, like, yeah.
which like, okay, immediately it doesn't give me 3 life. Because I play it and I'm not gonna, I've already drawn for turn. Okay, maybe that's the problem, keeping her on the board. Because this thing, you get immediate value. This thing needs to stick around for a while. I already know I'm gonna say this is a good card. I'm just trying to maybe talk myself out of it just in case it's not a good card actually. But I feel like this is way too close to this card, but it has more potential in the long run. Like if my opponent can't remove this one, they're just gonna keep burning and I'm gonna keep gaining life. Like this feels like
That's true.
it feels like a very good control tool where I'm like, if I can ever stick this one onto the board, then I just win against every. Like this feels like when I remember aggro decks in other games. Like if my opponent plays this on 4, I feel like I'm gonna leave the table. Because like it's got 5 health, so it blocks your stuff and probably
leave.
survives if you're playing small creatures. And then it also is a win condition on its own. Nah, this one's very good. I feel like this one's very good. If this one was good, this one's also good.
So you said when you play that card and that card sticks, I'm leaving the table. This is correct. This is exactly what happens, by the way. If you, there are people literally like on screen just like rage quitting because of this. No, yes, you're absolutely right. It was a test of comparison, what you've learned, and obviously, if you look at exactly Siege Rhino and Sheoldred, she looks much better. You do get the immediate value, but as you said, also color can.
I feel like this one was easy, honestly. With the comparison to Siege Rhino, that card is much better, I think.
a downside
Like looking
because you
back
have
at
to
it,
have
that
all
card
the-
is
Oh, yeah,
because
so
it's
having
mono
crazy.
black.
one color is insane.
Yeah.
There are very strong decks that rely on drawing a lot of cards. If you play her and she
Oh,
doesn't
right,
get
you can
answered,
even like it's not even your normal draw. You can just like play draw cards in your control deck and
you
just,
can
like,
draw to get more life. If your opponent draws cards, they lose 2 life. If they, like, for whatever reason, draw 2 cards, Pot of Greed, you know, then they just lose 4.
Yeah.
Great stuff. 4 and 1. That is impressive. Some of
Almost.
the
So close. So close. But that one was I love these types of things. It's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to do this. Thank you for Cardmarket to inviting me over to do some of that stuff. And I enjoyed that a lot. All right. All right. I have finished eating. And let's dive into some content for the rest of the day then. I felt like looking at some of the results of last weekend's regionals because I see that there is a couple of interesting things over here on my beloved spreadsheet, which is that Kashtira is taking currently the biggest piece of the cake here. But it feels like there is still a lot of other stuff that is, being piloted. Branded is in second. Labyrinth is gone here, which is interesting. I don't know if Labyrinth was I don't think, first of all, I don't think Labyrinth was a one-hit wonders type of situation. I think Labyrinth is a good deck still. I just think that Labyrinth maybe doesn't see that much play because people don't like trap decks. And the cards are very expensive. Right? I feel like Labyrinth is a very expensive deck. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like currently the people that have the money or are willing to spend the money on Labyrinth or that amount of money on the game have decided to pick up Kashtira instead. You know what I mean? It could also be the case where people are respecting Labyrinth more, but for that, we would have to see some of the lists. Like, for example, let us look at a regional winning Despia deck. Let's just see how that has evolved. Is this still the same? Is this still the same from YCS Las Vegas, or do we have any new? Like, is there still Gimmick Puppet?
Brutal here at the Freeway Louisiana Regional with we have Green Creek. What's up, Prodigy? First place, right?
First place. This is my first regional win ever. First of all, shout out my sponsor, Epic Cards and Games. Your Luber, best starter in the deck. Your normal summon 99% of the time, and just does everything you need. 2 Albaz, need it. I thought about playing 3 Albaz because Kashtira just starts banishing a bunch of cards off the top of your deck, and if you ever lose both of your Albazes, then it's like impossible to play the game, but I just don't want to brick on Albazes, so I think 2 was fine. The odds of you losing both Albazes are super low anyways, I don't even worry about it. Then 2 Tragedy, and 1
I wonder if 2 Tragedy means allure, because I feel like in most builds I've been seeing 1.
Like I said about Albaz, I don't want to play 1, and yeah, card's just nice. And 2 Mercurier, and I play 2 Mercurier and 2 Tragedy because I also play Alert of Darkness in the deck, so Alert, these give me so it's just giving me better alert targets to keep plussing. Play Albion, Cartesia, 1 Sornier. I don't play Lubellion because I think that card is cheeks.
Oh wow, so just that, that's it.
Yeah, just 1 to combo and send extra things off, just to send Retribution if I need it.
I think your previous list, you weren't even using this one.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I understand the 1 Saronier, but the no Lubellion, surely sometimes you want to send Lubellion off Branded Fusion. That feels like a very clean play. Send Lubellion off Branded Fusion, then tribute your Albion for it. I don't know.
Oh no, I topped the case tournament like a few weeks ago, and I was playing Cartesia over. I was playing Ecclesia over Cartesia because I thought she was.
But like, even if you only do it sometimes, I don't feel like the what's it called? The it's not that much of a risk to play Lubellion. It's not like it's not like Lubellion is a brick. You know what I mean? Lubellion is still a fine card to draw. It's still an okay card. The opportunity cost. Yeah, the opportunity cost is not very high to play 1 copy of Lubellion. It's not like it's ruining every one of your hands. Brogosaurus, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that.
Better because I play Fusion Deployment now. I don't think I played Fusion Deployment back then, and Cartesia is just really good. If my Brand of Fusion gets stopped, it'll help me keep playing on the opponent's turn if I get debarriered. It's just a really nice extender card. For hand traps, we got 3 Ash and 3 Nib. That's all the hand traps I play, unless you want to count Sornier. I don't think you really need Imperm. I think Imperm is like the next best hand trap I would play, but Nib is really good against Kashtira. Ash is really good against Despia. Is decent against Kashtira, and like probably the best hand trap in the game right now.
I agree with some of that logic. I do think Imperm is probably the next best hand trap, but I think my current favorite approach to the format, if you have a deck that has like room for a certain number of non-engine, I think is to make I think the only real possible way right now is to mix hand traps and board breakers in certain ways, because I think going only hand traps is not good enough against some of the decks, but going only board breakers is also not possible because of the Kashtira combo where they lock all of your back row. And so I think you kind of are forced to hedge your bets right now in a way where you you know, you mix basically between hand traps and board breakers.
We play one kit, just because I play Sprint in my extra deck, so it's just a good card to search. Gives me more follow up. Just another copy of a Luber if I need it.
He runs Kaiju. Oh.
And then the real spice is play 3 Radions.
Oh man, main deck.
Yeah, main deck Kaijus, because I think this is probably one of the best cards to beat Kashtira because of how the Kashtira deck has evolved. They're playing Forbidden Lances to be like Imperm, the Book of Eclipse, Ask to stop Eclipse, and just everything to protect their board. Some of them will even just go to play around Nib. They'll just make a 3 material Rise Hard and pass. And Kaiju's literally just beat every...
I mean, okay, I understand why he chose Radion because of Allure of Darkness. But it is a level 7. I guess it's because of it has to be that because of Allure. Because if you go first and you have a Radion, you have at least a chance to get rid of it with Allure. I think that's reasonable. But overall, I think Kaijus are a solid choice. I have said it in my board breaker tier list, which I published yesterday, by the way. If you have not seen it yet, go check out !YouTube. You know, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the good stuff in the future. But I did make a tier list about like board breakers, and it released yesterday. And I included Kaijus, and I did say I think Kaijus have a decent amount of potential. They are kind of like a low risk, low reward kind of thing, because I mean the reward is just like I'm tributing one of your monsters, not like insane. It's not like resolving a Kaiju is not as good as resolving a Nibiru or a Book of Eclipse, but it will basically always do something going second into the current matchups, except for Labyrinth maybe.
Even players try to outplay your outs. Not to mention this is a dark, so even if you draw going first, it's just a free banish for Allure. You can send it to grave off the Cartesia Fusion, so these cards are never really dead, even if I open them. Yeah, I think this card is just really good to beat every other boss monster. Yeah, I would 100% recommend maining Kaijus. Spells, we got 3 fusion, 3 openings, just the most important part of the deck, how you win games. 3 deployment for Cartesia, and 3 Allure. I'm not joking when I say this is probably the second best part of the deck behind Branded Fusion. This just gives you so many free pluses. A lot of times today, I would have opening and Allure. I wouldn't even summon a...
Can old Branded Despia compete? No Bestial Engine, no Cartesia. Maybe just a new Mechanical Fusion Dragon. Maybe some nice text for the format. I mean, maybe. But honestly, I don't see a reason not to play the Cartesia. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, maybe budget, but like 1 Cartesia is like not the end of the world. I think Cartesia is good. There was one deck that you might want to check out, which was Luca for Jans, going second Despia without Cartesia. You might want to check that one out. But it's not really cheaper because he still played, instead of the Cartesia and whatnot, he played cards like Evenly and Sphere Mode, I think, which are also expensive.
I would just search a Tragedy and then just Allure away just for like a lot of pluses that this card gives. If you're not playing Allure in your Despia deck, for at least from this point on, I genuinely think your list is just wrong. This card is just ridiculous. Helps you draw side cards and everything else.
I do like it.
Played Brandon in white. This card was the worst card in my deck all day. I never once wanted to use this card. Every time I used it, I was already winning, and there was just never a situation where this card like actually impacted the game in any sort of meaningful way. So going forward, this is more than likely going to be a second Branded in red, because Branded in red is ridiculous. Helps you play on the opponent's turn, play through barrier and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, now evenly had a reprint. True.
White is cheeks, red is broken. 1 Gold Sark to banish. Yeah, Gold Sark to banish a Tragedy and Mercurier. It's 1 card full combo. I think this card's amazing. Has to be standard in the deck now.
You can go !spreadsheet, and then it's on the spreadsheet.
And 1 Branded Lost and 1 Retribution.
From YCS Las Vegas.
I didn't main. I sided the Branded Banishment because its Banishment is literally only good against the mirror.
What's the main account?
Clean 40.
Ooh, perfect 40. Gotta
love to see it.
Nice.
Side, we got 3 Lancia. Because this is a pretty good side card against Kashtira.
Okay, that's 3
Evidently,
different
it's
Lancias.
a good side card against Slender, which is what I played last round. Yeah. Played 3 Bell. Bell's not the best hand trap to play right now, but when Bell is good, it's really good. It's good in the mirror because it stops Branded in red and Branded Banishment and Lebellion and Adlib and the Spell and Trap. And it also beats Branded Banishment. I mean, not Banishment, Retribution. Wow, Explosion.
Oh, there you go.
Because people are Explosion giving you like the Gimmick Puppet or Orthos, and you literally just can't play if that resolves. So yeah, just helps beat that. Harpies, 2 Twins, and Lightning Storms for back row decks. And evenly, because it's also really good against cash and everything else. And
Okay, we do have a decent amount of hate for Labyrinth here.
Banishment. I think all these cards are pretty solid. Don't think I would really change any of these.
I think Expulsion kind of ruined this format a bit. Gimmick Puppet Lock Socks. I think it's... you're right in some ways, but I think it's like there's enough stuff you can do against it. Like I think Bystials in side deck are really strong right now. It's something that people aren't really exploring, but I think siding Bystials against Despia is really nice because I think even if it doesn't matter, you don't have to guess whether they go for the Expulsion or not. Like Bystials will always be good. They beat Branded in red, they beat Branded Banishment if they don't go for the Expulsion. If they go for the Expulsion, yeah, you used to be able to beat the deck without non-edge and something. Yeah, that is true. It does have a certain like chance to just like, you know, be super ignorant. That is true. I will agree with that. I still think it's not a good, it has a bad impact on the format, the Gimmick Puppet. I don't know if it ruins it though. I still think it's okay overall. Because as you can see, a lot of people are also not even playing it because it's not like a staple you have to play in Branded, I believe, because it has ups and downs. Like your deck is already good going first. You don't really have to play a card that auto wins going first even more, especially now that everyone is already kind of siding against, like everyone builds their side deck in mind with Gimmick Puppet. So like I don't know if it's even that good to play right now.
1 Sprin, 1 Ash Dragon, 3 Albion.
I think it was a cute idea for when everyone was looking into stuff like Book of Eclipse, Book of Moon, Forbidden Droplet, to deal with Ibli and to deal with like Ra's Disciple or whatever. That was what everyone was on usually, right? It was like, oh, we have to have an out that also outs like Ra's Disciple. And so then the Gimmick Puppet was a nice call. Now that everyone knows about the Gimmick Puppet, it's like kind of awkward because like if they side Bystials and or Bells, not that great overall.
And 2 Lebellion. I think you got to play 3 because Cashier can just hit them out of your extra deck. And if they look at your deck and see there's 3 of them, they'll just leave these alone and just go after less important cards. 2 Mirror Jade. I was playing 3 Mirror Jade before, but I cut 1 Mirror Jade this morning to play a Titaniclad because it's another good standoff Mirror Jade. But I think 3 Mirror Jade is probably the move. Don't really know what I cut for the third one.
3 Mirror
Jade. 1 of the
Jade
Cartesia Fusion, 1 Draco's Papelia, Cordis, Chimera, Card's Insane, and 2 Rimbrum.
It's 2 striking. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yo, hey man, again, congrats on first place. Whichever regional win, that's what's up.
The hell is a Sales Ban Kashtira deck profile?
Bortle here at the Shreveport, Louisiana Regional. My goodness, yo. Welcome back to the channel. Please introduce yourself to those that don't know you.
I'm Israel. Thank you. So I can.
I like that branded deck, by the way. Before we move on, I liked that that branded list. I think it was kind of clean. Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I got top 4.
Let's go. Top 4?
Yeah, I got 4th place.
What deck, bro?
I pick cash.
Cash?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you cash for cash. Yo, so what made you start using this deck for this format, man?
It's Zodiac. It's pretty easy, kind of carries. So, and the cash monsters are cool, so I just feel like playing it.
Any shout outs before we begin, man?
Oh yeah, shout out to my sponsor, Jonathan, my ride right here. Shout out Booth, shout out Creighton, shout out my sponsor. Shout out the boys back home at locals. You know who you are.
All right, well, without further ado, please show us the top 4 cash guru.
All right, so we played 3 Ash because Dominic Couch said this beat's branded. 1 Ogre, 2 Ice Heart, 1 Circle. Right. Pretty nice. Oops. 2 Unicorn, standard, 3 Fenrir.
Oh my, nice.
And then oops, for the spells, 4 field spell. Then we played the Deosis. This card's insane. We played 3 pots. Consistency. 3 burps. I know some people play 2. I feel like 3's correct. I played some cheese. I played Salesman today.
Whoa, in the main deck.
In the main. That's pretty nice. I just kept on calling Nib all day. If I call Nib, I just pull combo. Going second, it's off the board. I play a few strike players and I call double cross or whatever they had. Search.
What kind of technology is that?
Did ever
You just call Nibiru blind? Oh god.
backfire for when you didn't call Nib for that?
No, the only time it backfires is when I didn't draw it and I got Nib.
Oh, there you go.
3 Book of Moon. Sorry for the rarities. Don't play Eclipse in the main or in the side. Don't want to get the Ash. 3 chalice. Honestly, never saw it. I saw it once.
There's no way that's better than just playing 3 crossout and a Nibiru. Because you can also hit like Chalice, Book of Moon, you can play Book of Eclipse, whatever. Like, it's just so much more flexible. I guess Salesman, is Salesman better going second even? Probably not.
Like round 6, and I used it because my opponent nib me and gave me a lava golem, and he was trying to crush his nib, so I was like, made his nib bigger so he couldn't summon cash monsters. Ooh. So skip the turn. For the traps, 1 prep, 1 big bang, and then we play 3 imperm.
Oh, that's what's up. What's the main account, man?
Oh, 40.
40, perfect 40.
You know, you gotta look to see it.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's just the same list? Almost the same list that like everyone else played at the YCS. It's just like 3 Salesman instead of other tech cards.
I guess extra deck. Pay Karua, Red Eyes. Oops. I didn't get this. 2 Ira. I'll pay the Pearly. Honestly, the best thing it did was get Banish Out Prosperity.
Oh, man.
Infinite Track. For higher, Dark Arm. The card's insane. Let's see what else we got here.
Do you actually get to play this
There's
one?
just no lands.
Yeah, I just use it as material. You know, Banish Out Pot, attach it with Rise. It was nice. Oh, no, not once, not once. Not yet.
Alright.
Jerry Wiseheart. Their one never came up, but it's just nice to have for the grind game.
Yeah.
Play Bolos, 2 Zeus, and Big Eye.
That's what's up. Do you regret not using 2 big guys, or the one was alright?
Yeah, I kind of regret not playing 2. I think I might cut the Pearly for the second Big Eye. But I kind of like the Pearly still, so I don't know yet.
Think you need
Side deck, don't roast me. It's some cheeks. 2 Nib, 2 Evillies.
Okay, 2 Orbs.
2 Dark Holes. It was actually pretty nice. Dark Hole was insane. Evilly never popped up. 3 D-Barrier, 3 Shifter, and then 3 Storms.
Hey, that's what's up. Did any of this backfire for you, like the Shifter Storms?
Not at all. Shifter, I never sighted in.
Oh, okay.
Well, I sighted in, but I never draw it and then never need it.
Sweet, man.
All right. I mean, this was super standard except for the Salesman, which I think is like mostly the Salesman. Okay. I mean, I would be on board with a card like Salesman if literally everyone was on Nip. I think one thing that's going to be very important for this upcoming format is being able to predict meta trends and make deck building decisions based on what you predict everyone else to be on. Like, for example, like, how do you phrase this? It's like, it's very important in this format because there are so many possible solutions to like out the Kashtira board, right? Kashtira is a deck that does not actually make the most oppressive of boards, barring the one where it locks all your spell and trap zones, because that is the one that like outs most of the outs to the Kashtira combo, right? And so I think it's going to be very important whether you are playing Kashtira or whether you are not playing Kashtira to make the right deck building calls, where if everyone is doing, for example, if you're playing Kashtira and everyone is playing Nibiru in their decks, you cannot make the combo that locks all the back row zones. Whereas if everyone is playing spell outs, then you have to make the 4 summon Arise hard play, for example, or you have to play Forbidden Lands, or you have to play Salesman. I don't know. Like if everyone's doing like 3 nibs and a bunch of power spells, then just Salesman and lock all their back row and you're free to go. Like, it's really strong, right? In that sense, you know, like if you expect everyone to be on that. But then like you like Salesman Nibiru and then you get Ashed on Theosis or whatever, or you get Lava Golemed or you get Kaiju'd or whatever, and then like you still lose to that. So I think that in a vacuum it might sound like there is way too many possibilities for it to be like consistent, you know, in order to make good predictions. But I don't think that's true. I think when you look at the recent tournaments, I think there was a lot of clear like developments in terms of the tech card choices and the way that people like to play. And I think exploiting that moving forward is always going to be key. And like it's going to change basically from like probably week to week in this format. The way people play the Kashtira deck, the way people try to out the outs that people are currently playing, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's that. And in that sense, it's even going to be important to keep up with like what Kashtira players are going to do. There's a Punk deck in top 4 at the second place, actually. Ooh,
Brutal here at the Shreveport, Louisiana Regional. My goodness. Yo, please introduce yourself to the world. What did you do?
Hi, my name is Jude Paris, and I play second playing Pure Punk.
Pure Punk?
Pure Punk.
My goodness. What made you decide to use this deck, man?
So funny story with this deck. I picked it up like 2-3 balance ago on a Sunday. And then the next day I woke up and How Can Chaos Ruler were gone, and I'm just like, I already spent the money, so we're just gonna keep playing this.
You just kept playing it?
And we just kept playing it, yeah.
Oh man. Any shout outs before we begin?
Shout outs to my car, shout outs to every locals in Houston, shout outs to everyone in Houston. Big shout outs to Ethan Nash and Zach Rodriguez. We played 4 games total between the two of them with against Labyrinth, but in those 4 games I learned like a lot. So very simple. We play 12 copies of Xiaomin. So we have Xiaomin herself, Ogre Dance, Foxy Tune, and the Teleport. I'm pretty sure most people are familiar with this. Like, this is a Rhoda for anything that's not a level 8 punk. So not only can it grab the Zay, but it can grab all the little guys too if you're trying to like...
his car? I think it just meant the people that he came there with. Like, shoutouts to the people in my car. I think that is what they meant. Unless he's just really into his car. Maybe. Potentially. I don't... good afternoon to Tomb Masters. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome
play
back.
Around mid or not get asked doing the like standard line that gets you everything, because that's like the greediest line. It's the best line, but it's also the worst because it loses dash, it loses nib, it loses everything. But these are
nah, shout out to my car. I never would have gotten here without him. I would not be where I am right now without my car.
Names, the starters. Then we have our 5 other punk monsters, our Wagon, our Madam Spider, and our Shark Kusai. I see a lot of people usually play like 2 copies of this. I don't really think you need it. Most punk players have this.
Till 8. Oh, classes until 8. Well, thank you for the 10 months and a lot of strength for your classes until 8 o'clock.
Second one, so that way they can like fuse again on the second turn or like do some sort of like bounce play, but you don't really need all that cute stuff. I feel like the bounce play is only good against trap decks, and if you're like going for it against any other matchup, you're just gonna lose to nib, or just the bounce is so lackluster, especially with like all these like good cards like Talents, Thrust running around. You're just gonna get the bounce, they're gonna take your monster, they're gonna draw 2, they're gonna do something. It's just so easy to play around, but the fusion is nice, so we still have to play it. And then 2 Deer Note. I was a true believer of 3 of this card originally, but I decided to cut it down to 2. It's just kind of bricky, but you do need that level 5 body. And sometimes being able to just beam another monster out of hand because you opened up one is really...
I mean, Deer Note is a minimum 2 now, right? I don't think we have to talk about potentially playing 1, because in the pure punk deck, you actually do want to open the card in many hands, and you cannot risk losing 1 to like random banishes.
Really nice, so it's like an extender, but not the best.
I do think it's...
And then last we have Spell in the Trap, 2 Field Spell, and 1 of the Imperm. So you can play the Imperm or the Pop. The Pop kind of sucks because you have to have a punk name on the field, and if you're leaving 2 names up...
Now, is this not
Pop,
even Punk Theory?
You're probably going to get Lava Golem, and then the Pop's going to be dead.
What's the combo?
The Imperm is just always good. Even if I draw this, which I hate drawing it because I'd rather just search it off of this, it's still nice to have. But yeah, and the Field Spell's insane. It's the only reason this deck is like has legs.
They said pure, but
because
like...
it's Pot of Greed, you draw 2. Every time a second monster activates an effect that pays life points up to twice per turn, you can draw a card, and then it's soft once per turn. You can banish a punk card from your graveyard to special summon a punk from your hand.
Rage gold
so
price cards? There will not be gold price cards here.
Really good all around.
There will not be any gold price cards, because
next,
that would
we
be
have
definitely used as a
our
clickbait here.
Supporting cast in our spells. We have 2 Thrusts, 2 Tactics.
Right.
Originally, so a bunch of acquaintances of mine kind of modeled my deck off of their sprite list that they played at the 3v3, and they were citing Thrust for going second. And the more I played with this card in games like 2 and 3, the more I realized like I would rather just have it main, because if I lose a dice roll, this card is just insane because it grabs you Talents. So it's essentially like playing 4 copies of Talents, and I think this card is just nuts. Talents itself, the draw 2s. I use every effect today. I use the draw 2, I use the look at hand, and I use the take. So Talents is you have to play. It's just like mandatory right now in the format. And then 1 call by. Don't want to get ashed. Then hand.
It's okay, Zach. Thank you for the 7 months.
Traps, I played the best 9 hand traps. So 3 Nib, 3 Imperm, 3 Ash. This one doesn't count, but it's searchable through your punk combo, so you might as well play the 1. This catches Casteria, catches Branded,
Honestly,
catches Rogue decks.
I understand that you can search Ghost Ogre, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. We can't really hear you well. Oh, is it too loud, the video? Should I hold up?
Imperm's just good all around. If you open up like Imperm, they can't talent you back or thrust you, so it's nice. And Ash is just Ash, and
Is it better now? Because I did turn down the video a little bit.
Ash catches a lot of stuff too, especially Branded. Everybody knows Ash the Branded Fusion, they sometimes lose off of that. And sometimes against Cash, you can like little field spell and you Ash it, put them on better habit.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, hand traps were.
I don't know if it's worth playing Ogre, even though I do see that it's searchable, but I am not sure if it's worth it still. Like I feel like the card is so mediocre that even it being searchable might not be enough reason to play it.
Okay today, kind of wish I played Bell, but it is what it is. It wasn't in there. Then our last 6 cards, 3 evenly, 3 Book of Eclipse. This should have been Bell. I did not use this card all day. It was just dead for me. So I sided it out almost every game. It was just so mediocre. Evenly though, goated, insane. Like missing my battle phase isn't that big of a deal if I'm able to like simplify the game state and like make Psychic and Punisher, because most decks just can't deal with that. Or even setting up like the triple bounce after evenlying them, it's just a wrap.
Evenly Matched, I think, is a card that you can main deck, but I don't like the fact that it is in this deck. Because, like, basically the reason to main deck Evenly is if you're playing a deck that basically auto wins going first super, super hard. This is pure punk. Like, if you have a deck that auto wins going first super hard and has a lot of problems going second and needs very impactful cards for going second, I think Evenly is fine. In this deck, I don't like Evenly for multiple reasons. First of all, this deck does not auto win going first. It's a fine deck going first. The board that it makes is kind of okay, but it really relies on like pairing the board that it makes with a couple non-engine cards, right? Like, because the board itself is not going to be super unbreakable. It only becomes unbreakable if you pair it with like Ash, Imperm, Nibiru, other cards. Like the Book of Moon, for example, would be very good in that slot, I'm pretty sure. Like, that is the strength of this deck, basically. And then the second reason why I don't like it is you already play a decent amount of hand traps. I think it was 10. So your deck is already kind of good at stopping your opponent from playing. So that inherently makes your evenlies worse, right? If you go second and you nib them, you can't evenly them. If you go second and you like Ash Imperm them, evenly is not going to hit much. I don't like evenly in combination with a lot of hand traps in kind of a balanced deck like this. As to Book of Eclipse, it's kind of weird that, I mean, okay, I think there is ways to find maybe better cards for that spot, right? That slot could potentially be a better tech card. Like maybe you have more value from, for example, Book of Moon, I think, was going to be a better card there because Book of Moon is a lot better going first. Because if you make a board going first with this deck and you have a Book of Eclipse, that's very hard to use because you don't want to eclipse your own board. But Book of Moon is simple. You just Book of Moon your opponent's stuff, and that's free and great. And like, I think Book of Moon was going to be nice there. But I still find it hard to believe that Book of Moon was so bad that you had to side it out every game. That seems like a stretch. I think that's cap.
What's made it count, man?
41, unfortunately.
Yeah, that ogre needs to go.
So we have like 6 cards that you make and then 9 cards that don't matter. So 2 Jam, 2 Amazing Dragon, and 2 Psychic End. These are the cards that you are making the most. Like I'm pretty sure.
Like, I mean, I guess
2 of these, and like one of these like every game. Jam Dragon is your searcher during the combo. You use it to either search the Ogre Dance or your follow. It just does it all. Like, and sometimes you'll be able to get like value off. Go into this early rather, because you'll gamma the opponent. Because I side gamma and just make this and get to like cheat steps in the combo. This is the bouncer, but it also has an effect to reborn. So if you do go for the bounce on the opponent's turn and it stays up and it comes back around to your turn, you're probably just going to win because you're going to res this. This is going to get you a search. If your field spell's still up, you're going to get a draw. You're probably going to search Zayama and you just snowball from there. And then we have towers.
Where do you buy your cards from? Thinking about getting into the TCG from Master Duel. It depends where you live. If you're from NA, I don't know that much. Like I don't. I'm from Europe, and we use mostly a site called Cardmarket. Or
So
NA. I think it'd be something like
when
TCG
you go
Player.
first,
Maybe.
you're going to play anywhere between 18 to 3k life points, and you're going to make this in either attack or defense. I used to make this in defense, but I figured since most people are just crashing to try and clear their life points down, you just make an attack and you just don't pump during their first battle phase. But most people can't out the towers, and like I said, if you simplify the game state, like towers plus hand traps, towers plus back row, most people are just going to fold to this card. Then we have 9 cards that don't matter. Chinging, Baron. They come up in testing a lot, but today I did not summon them at all. So, I mean, these cards are nuts, but just today
This
they
deck,
were lackluster.
this deck feels like the perfect deck to play Fenrir. It might be a budget reason, in which case fair enough, but it feels weird to not play Fenrir here because we have no cards that conflict with Fenrir. Like, we can use it going first, we can use it going second. We don't have any cards except for Nibiru that like even slightly contradict with Fenrir. And it's a free level 7 body that we can either just leave it on the field if we want to keep it there as interruption and it's good, or you can just use it if you have an additional tuner. You can just make a free Baron. I feel like that's nuts.
And Draco Berserker didn't come up today, but again, pretty good card. We have our 3 Link
And
monsters.
it's a psychic.
Unicorn.
I don't know how much that matters, but technically you are right. It is a psychic, but I don't know if that matters for most of the cards here. I don't think there is a card where that matters. Zabatman98, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for the support.
IP. I made Unicorn for the first time ever today. Round 1, I got hard body game 1 by a Scareclaw player, and I didn't read the Link 3. And so game 2, when you made the Link 3, I had to Unicorn out it. Asa's nice. This is mainly for like all your monsters are Earth, but against Kashtira, it's really cool because you can take their Fenrir, and I side Fenrir, so you take their Fenrir and use it to make one of your level 10 things.
Siding Fenrir, that doesn't make sense.
It's there. And then
I'm sorry, but siding Fenrir in this deck does not make sense. You just main deck that card.
If you have to make this card. But
the only reason to not play it, I think, is budget. But like, if you have it, just main it.
I'm probably gonna change this for a Lambda. Then you have our 2 Xyz monsters, Hope Harbinger and Ding. Ding is an Avermax out if the Sprite player makes IP Avermax.
I mean, Fenrir, you can side deck Fenrir. I wouldn't hate it, but if you have literally your deck does not really have any cards that have anti-synergy with Fenrir. It's even the opposite. Your deck has crazy synergy with Fenrir because it's a level 7 monster and you have level 3 tuners, so it allows you to make like Baron Chenging. So like, just main deck the card. It's good going first. It's good going second. Where is it?
So Ding is like the only thing that can out that card.
You just summon Fenrir, and yeah, you can use it as a discard for Foxy, the second copy. It's just free card advantage. It's another interruption or extender, however you see it. It's a board break. It's just great in this deck, I think.
And Hope Harbinger didn't come up today, but it's still like an okay card. Sometimes you go a little bit crazy with rank 8 plays, so this will come up.
Spoiler, he sides it. That is not a spoiler. He just said that.
Most important but not important card is the Fusion. So the reason why everything is a 1-card combo is because of this card. If you find a way to Zeamin, you go Zay, Sharkusai, Fuse, make the Fusion tag out someone Wagon, Deer search, Wagon search field spell, and it just snowballs. Like, that combo will pay 3k, draw you 2 cards, give you a trap, and either a triple bounce or a psychic end, but you need this card to do that. So if Cash rips this, you just pray that you opened up multiple extenders so you don't have to go that line.
Real quick, your sideboard?
Yeah. Sideboard, 3 Gamma, strongest monster in my deck, 3 Droll.
And this is what I mean. This is why I don't like the evenly. It's like, your combo isn't that impressive. He just said you pay 3,000 life points to draw 2 cards and grab yourself the trap card that negates, plus you end on either a Psychic and Punisher, or you end on a the guy that makes a quick synchro and the level 8 synchro, I think. And then you can make the triple bounce on the opponent's turn, right? The amazing dragon, which that is just not that much, right? It's like you have a triple bounce and you have a trap card that is a negate, for a monster effect, I'm pretty sure. And the rest really comes from hand traps. The rest is supposed to come from hand traps or other like Book of Moons, Forbidden Chalices, whatever. I think that's the best way to play it. Or Fenrir. Right? A Fenrir next to that also makes it a lot more scary. The trap who destroys is not better. Look, the way I look at it is that I think that the punk trap that destroys a card is better. The problem is that the trap card that negates also works if you don't have a punk monster. Whereas the trap that pops only works if you have a punk monster.
To Fenrir, these are my monsters.
Kept talking about a simplified game state. Fenrir seems good in that. Exactly. Fenrir is really good in the game states that this deck provokes. Whereas Evenly isn't. Evenly is not good in simplified game state. Evenly is not good after you hand trap your opponent twice. Evenly is not very good when you go first. Evenly is just not very synergistic with this deck. It's just trying to high roll basically.
I only sided in Fenrir once today. Well, twice against Labyrinth. The 2 Labyrinth players I played. Originally this was in the main deck, but the more I tested with the deck, the more I found myself siding it out of main. So this morning when I was building the deck, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to side Fenrir, and he only came in twice today, so I think he'll probably come out today after this, because he was just okay.
What do you mean he was okay? You didn't side it in. You didn't play it.
3D barrier. This was for the Boogeyman deck. One deck that I was afraid of the most, which was Branded, did come up against Branded. I drew all 3. He still won. Branded in red is just crazy. So, but yeah, and this is also for Caster and Sprite. You call Xyz. If you're soft.
Nick Knox Gare, thank you for the 2 months. We'll see, maybe. Yeah, I'm down. It depends how many interesting profiles there are. But after the profiles, I think I'm down for some viewer games later.
Aussie, and you're playing against Sword Soul, and you call Synchro, but that jeopardizes your psychic again too, so don't do that. And then we have our 3 targets for Thrust when you go second.
Okay, that's fine.
These slaughtered both of my matchups against Labyrinth, and Change of Heart I never drew, but it was still want to have it because like if you look at like a lot of sprite lists and cast lists, they're starting to run like Econ and stuff like that.
I love
taking
Change of
monsters
Heart.
is just insane. Yeah. And if you play against a cast player.
I mean, I think this deck is cute. I think one problem that this deck specifically has, I think this deck, if it was budget, would be a very solid budget option. But the problem is this deck is just like hella expensive for no reason, right? Like this deck is basically, the way I would phrase it is I think this deck is fine, but it does not have a very good ratio between what it costs and how good it actually is. Know what I mean? Like the punk stuff is just very expensive, but the deck doesn't really deliver what you pay for. You know what I mean? Like it's like if that deck was cheap, I would have a very like easy time just suggesting it for some people asking for like budget decks, right? Because if this was a budget deck, it would be a very solid choice. It's not the best deck in the format, but it's okay, you know? But like, yeah. So there is, for that price point, if you're just trying to, and I know that matters for a lot of people, right? For that price point, there is better decks in the format. I don't think this deck is, I mean, there's a Barone, there's 3 Foxy Tunes, there was like tasking, even though you don't need tasking or talents, but like that was there. It's an expensive deck with really no relation to what it actually does, but it's a fine deck overall still. Top 4. Now you're telling me there's a dinosaur deck. Oh, there's a Mechanco Libromancer. Ooh, there's Runic Sprite. Ooh, there's some stuff here. 3rd place, dinosaurs.
Brutal here at the Shreveport, Louisiana regional hosted by Still.
Are you tryharding the DC Cup? What is the DC Cup?
Games, my goodness. But whoa, please introduce yourself to the world, man.
My name is Christopher Scales. I got 3rd place with Dinos, you know.
Hold up, Dinos?
You already know what it is. I'm here.
That's insane.
And,
what made you decide to play this deck, man?
Honestly, I've always loved dinosaurs. Honestly, my first competitive deck.
That's literally everyone. If you ask them, why'd you play Dinos? I just like it.
to really play at big events. And with the new
No one plays dinos because they think it's good. They all play it because they have freaking dino DNA.
coming out, you know, I gotta represent. You know, I gotta represent the sleeves too.
God, yes. So any shout outs before we begin?
I do want to give a big shout out to my sponsor. They allow us to come out and fund us to be able to go to events. They're in the Woodlands.
You're just saying this to piss me off. No, it's the truth. It's the truth.
Shout out, go out there. They're a very nice store, very nice people. And also, big shout out to Nick. He kept beating me with Cafeteria, and I needed to fix it to where I could really get around to it. So I'll show you guys what's the store.
Oh God, yes. So without further ado, please show us the Dino Goo.
Ooh, all right. You know, we got the 3 Oviraptor. I prefer to play the 3 Baby Ceratosaurus. The 1 Petite.
Doesn't everyone play that?
2 Animadorn. The 1 of the Man, the Myth, the Legend.
Oh God.
1 of Giant Rex. Then we got the CR Pankertops. Got to.
But this is every single dino list since like what, 4 years?
That's the dinos. We got the 2 Ultimate Conductor.
Would you like to explain the ratios and stuff?
I prefer to play 3 over. I mean, it's not wrong.
The build that I am running, because I am running the diagram build, and it allows me to extend a lot further, get a sneak peek at the extra deck, stuff like that. But mainly for the 2 Archosaurs, it allows me to not brick, and essentially I could just still go into miss, do what I need to do, and keep it pushing. 2 UCTs, I've tried 1, I've tried 3. It's just the fact 2 works best all the time. And Pankertops at 1. If I can play Misk at 3, you already know what it is. All right, scoop that up for you guys.
You already, like, I'm always being told you already know. But what if I just don't? What if I don't know? Has anyone thought about that? Like, what if I don't know what it is?
I was like, yo, this is the list, but you had it all fucked up.
Spleen, thank you for the 6 months.
Shout out to Nick. I had to do the Kaijus. I had to. Dogoran came through clutch every freaking time. Especially Dogoran with Lost World. When I didn't have anything else, that's the sauce right there.
And third one's Gamecell.
Gamecell, yeah. It's honestly just the lowest one that adds to level 8 too, so you already know Cafeteria can't do anything with that. Outside of that, it's just the Lithogasm. I only play 1 because, to be honest, I was playing 2 and I kept bricking. I didn't really like it, to be completely honest, so just kept it at 1 and kept it pushing.
I didn't like it, so I kept...
Got the Visa Starfrost.
Ah.
So this is the sauce right here. You normal summon a Baby Ceratosaurus, Petite, Pterodon, activate effect.
Okay, I'm glad he didn't say you already know, because I did not know.
Summon Ovi, just link off, add a UCT, make Baron, make VCT, you're done. Jeez, really. Those are outside of that. And I only played 1 hand trap in the main, is Gamma. Always came through today, always. Such a beautiful card, did beautiful things. Kept me out of getting my zone flock all the time. And when it happened on my turn, I miscellaneous, they ash, you already know what time it is. That's it for the monsters. For the spells, it's double Evo Pill, 3 Fossil Dig. Fossil Dig, always clutch. To be honest, I'd take miscellaneous over Fossil Dig because I've actually played in a whole tournament and didn't need the Fossil Dig. So it's just, that is what that is on that one. 1 of Diagram, 2 Lost Roads. Anytime I've ever played 3 Lost Roads, I've always bricked. So it's really just 2 for me, and Lost Road, honestly one of the best cards of the deck. Got the couple 1-ofs, Harpies, Called by the Grave, Terraforming. If you haven't noticed, I am kind of playing a blind second build, and honestly, it works every time. Rest of the spells, little niche spells that you can play, Pot of Prosperity, Thrust, Dark Hole No More. This is a serious spice. Dark Hole.
Oh my goodness, you're ready for the Ibly, man.
Oh my goodness. It's not even about Ibly. It's literally just set Baby Ceratosaurus, activate Dark Hole, full combo from there. Like straight up. And last but not least, you got the evenly matches. You know, to be completely honest, I did not resolve this at all today. And I probably tributed with Kaijus more than I resolved evenly match. But I would never cut it for anything.
Alright. What's the main deck count?
Main deck count is 44.
Okay.
That was, I'll say one thing. Before, that was the only point in the video where I would have accepted the you already know. Because when they asked how many main deck cards, let me tell you, I did already know. I did already know that that answer was gonna hurt. I knew.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the.
So like when you present a deck like that, and then they go like, how many cards? You go, you already know, and you're like, all right, well, fair enough.
Extra
Yep.
deck. For the extra deck, Link Monsters, play Link Rebo, Anima, Gardener, Pentastag, Phoenix, Unicorn.
I never understood this thing about how many main deck. Can you explain? Short and simple. Most of the time in Yu-Gi-Oh, you want to play as close to 40 as possible to draw your good cards. There is reasons to go over 40 cards. There are reasons to go over 40 cards, but usually you try to go as close as possible to 40 cards because that means you will see your best cards as often as possible. Reaper of Spells, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Lambda, Borrow Load, and Access Code. So.
Ooh, I like the way you said Borrow Load.
Lambda, Borrow Load, and Access Code. So.
I approve.
This is, in my opinion, generic. You have to play this because a lot of people played into the Anima, and it's beautiful. Lambda, most of your boards are going to end on Lambda. It's either a bluff or it isn't. So you just got to keep it pushing. The Pentastag is mainly for ending games, and the Nightmares speak for themselves. The Borrow Load is probably something that a lot of people question when they play me, but mainly just to take the monster and be able to kind of just keep it away from them. I honestly didn't play this at all today, but when the situation comes up, it always comes out clutch. Next, we got the Synchros. I'm playing Cyframe Omega. I'm playing Sword Storm Monster. I'm playing Baron. I made Baron a lot today, and this is just in that one situation when everything's banished, you gotta do what you gotta do out there. XYZ.
This guy said the reason he's playing Borrow Load and then just read out the effect. True, not wrong.
I play Exton Knight Dolka, and of course the big man himself, Zeus.
I play Borrow Load because proceeds to read the effect.
Do you miss Logia at all?
Honestly, I don't like playing Logia because it's too many materials just for something that I can play summoning for. So, to me. And of course the big man himself, Zeus.
Do you miss Logia at all?
Honestly, I don't like playing Logia because it's too many materials just for something that I can play summoning for. Honestly, I don't like playing Logia because it's too many materials just for something that I can play summoning for. Honestly, I don't like playing Logia because it's too many materials just for something that I can play summoning for.
Mikanko Libromancers. Pog.
We're here today with Ola, who came second in the Underworld Gaming Regionals yesterday.
I did, apparently.
You did, apparently. And what were you playing?
I was playing Libromancer Mikanko.
Libromancer Mikanko, Ritual.
Yeah, we love Ritual Summoning.
Yeah, this has actually been a very high demand profile.
We love Ritual Summoning. I'm pretty sure the Mikanko Libromancer deck Ritual Summons like once.
Yesterday, so we're here to kick it off in style, and we'll talk about matchups and shoutouts at the end as well.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
So I'll start with the Libro engine.
Sure.
Played 3 Geek Boy.
Yeah.
To the moon.
Played 3 Fire.
Nice.
And 2 Agent. So the Libro monsters, they have the same first effect, that they reveal a ritual in hand and then they special summon themselves. They all have different effects on the field. So when Geek Boy specials himself, he adds a spell. When Fire special, adds a monster.
I see Magna inside. I'm a fan. Honestly, I'm still shocked by the low amount of Bestials in side decks. Like people need to understand that Bestials are still really good against like maybe half of the decks in the game. Like it's really good against Despia, it's good against Mathmech, it's good against like sprite variations. Like it's really strong.
Agent doesn't do anything on special, but once per turn he can add one from the grave. Fire's probably the best starter because there's like multiple ways to get Geek Boy.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Geek Boy gets the spell, but the spell plus Geek Boy doesn't do anything.
Okay. And I see one of them is, are they all psychic? No.
So Geek Psychic,
Yeah.
Fire's Cyberse, which comes up, and Agent's Fire, which is all important.
Can you share the sheet? Exclamation mark spreadsheet in the chat. There's a command for it.
Yeah, Warrior. Fire Warrior. So I play 2 appearance, the field spell. You probably expect 3 because it searches a Libromancer on activation, but it not being a body like a monster is really important. It doesn't actually start the combos, so I just play 2 because you want it around, like, and you also search it. 1 intervention and the Doom Broker, of course. Intervention is the trap that Doom Broker sets immediately.
All right, so far
to, like, 2 different Libromancers,
standard ratios.
Doom Broker always gets to him.
He was up OC,
so
how you doing?
An important effect with Doom Broker, everyone knows him as just the card that sets the trap, but if you ritual with a monster on the field, you can attack directly, and that's like super important for this build. Yeah, and also he has the shuffle back when he deals battle damage, but that's just a bonus.
Nice.
So for the Mechanical engine, I'm on 3 Hime, the ritual. Okay. 1 Hare.
Ooh, the full engine.
So
Get your money out of this deck, I guess.
Yeah, I think these are a lot more now. But
wouldn't it be better to just run 1 field spell? Well, you can. You can. 2 is kind of standard because if you draw the 1 copy, you are not getting any value off of Geek Boy. You know, that's the problem, I think, with running only 1. Is that your Geek Boy doesn't search you any card. And, like, sometimes you do need the second one for follow-up or whatever. Like, when they break your board, it's really nice to have a backup one to keep playing on the next turn. If you only play 1, that's your only target for Geek Boy. And if you draw that, then you can't search anything off Geek Boy. Or, yeah, you can use it as a discard for Ohomi here. And, like, I think it's fine.
Hime has a few important effects. So its hand effect is you can add any mechanical card, and then you have to discard a card. When it's on the field, it can't be destroyed by battle, and your opponent takes battle damage. It would take in a battle. So like crashing into stuff deals damage to the opponent. But its a third effect, which is probably the most important, is that it targets an equip spell in the grave and equips it to an appropriate monster on the field. It's a quick effect.
Cool.
So you use that to do multiple plays with all of them.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got like I think most of the mechanical cards. They do lots of equips.
Yeah, they do stuff. The important part about the mechanicals is that before, like, seeing a bunch of Libros doesn't let you see more rituals, but now to these cards and like the types of Hime being a fairy and Hari being a fire warrior, it finally links it that you can get to more generic rituals off just Libro cards. Hari's effect is it when it's equipped, it adds another mechanical equip spell.
Okay, I'm going to speed it up a little bit for these explanations because we have looked at the mechanical before.
Oh my god, okay.
You can also do the battle trick if it's equipped with the equip. Its effect's different when it's equipped though. On the opponent's turn, it can quick effect target an opponent's Fenrir. They like special unicorn and then you Fenrir. So for the spell lineup, I played 1 Arabesque, 1 Rondo, 1 Kagura, 1 Fire Dance, and 1 Ceremony.
So one thing that's still crazy to me, which I'm not even saying it's wrong, but like I haven't done any in-depth testing / theory on Mikanko decks recently. But when I read Arabesque for the first time, I felt like that card was just crazy. Like, how is that card just a one of? I can't fathom. I can't really wrap my mind around the fact that people play 1 Arabesque when I feel like that card is so strong.
These 2 are special summons. Okay. So I'll just go over them one by one. So Arabesque, it can equip to a monster on either field.
What does Arabesque do again? You equip it to a monster. And then its effect is you can special summon a Mikanko from the deck. You equip it, it moves the equipment to the new monster, and it bounces the card that it was equipped to beforehand. And it can equip to opponent's monsters. So you can basically, going second, equip it to your opponent's card. And then summon a Mikanko from the deck. Bounce your opponent's monster to hand. And Arabesque will equip to the new monster.
It specials a Mikanko from deck, and then bounces the one it's equipped to. Okay. The monster is also not destroyed by card effects. So Arabesque is super important for going first and going second, just outing stuff. Like, if you equip it to Mirror Jade, that's
do silly things so I can clip more.
Bouncing it to the extra, it doesn't trigger anymore.
You can't force
people
it.
Banish their own Mirror Jade, just so I don't get to do the effect.
I do see the logic that it's going second. It's significantly better than going first. So if you plan on going first, the card is not a guaranteed starter because you would have to bounce your own monster, which you cannot always guarantee, or you don't always want to do that.
Rondo. So you equip to opponent's monster and it steals it while I control a Mikanko. So it's basically just snatch steal. However, it does have restrictions unlike Nini, like I can't activate its effect. Okay. But it's still really good because Hime, like I said, is a quick effect.
Yeah.
So you get to like.
You could cite more for going second. Yeah, definitely.
Fire Dance. It's basically like Living Fossil. You can special a Mikanko from hand or grave. It also can't be destroyed by card effects. It's usually the main extender one you grab off the fire main deck. So the 2 spells, Kagura and Ceremony. Most of the time I'm grabbing Ceremony, like going first or doing a combo, because Ceremony...
I'm not sure if I like playing both. I've seen most people have more success with just Ceremony.
It specials when ignoring summoning conditions, but at the end of the opponent's turn, it bounces the card back, so obviously it can summon a ritual. And its great effect is it can mill any mechanical card, so on its own, it's specialing Hime from hand.
But I guess Kagura is really good
send
going
Rondo to the
second.
grave, and it just does the setup on its own.
If you can afford to tribute.
Kagura is the ritual spell, and you have to like normally ritual summon, like tribute a 6 or whatever, for example. So like obviously it's not a turn 1 thing really. However, like on the turn 3 playback or anything, the card's great because so it ritual summons, and then on top of that, its bonus effect is you can destroy cards.
Kagura isn't good without equips. I mean, the deck has a bunch of equips.
And it's also like non-targeting, part of the resolution. So if they say okay to Kagura, you drop the ritual and you destroy things and they can't do anything about it.
Is this a burn deck? What's happening?
Like that's the thing. It's
like so many guys are like, oh yeah, you got a big monster, I'm just gonna attack into
it's
it.
like an alt-win comp, but it's also just a normal combo deck as well. So I play 1 Renaud, 1 Diviner, and 1 Ben 10. All 3 of these are basically part of the basic combo. 1 Diviner will make sense later. As
it's the sassy Ben 10.
I can't do anything else now that Elf is gone.
Yeah, true.
Ben 10 and Diviner both basically get to each other, and they're level 6, and our other rituals in our deck are level 6. So the synergy is just there. Renaud's a Fire Warrior, which a Link monster really likes Fire Warriors, and Hare is also a Fire Warrior, so those work together. And obviously Renaud's
1
effect,
Benton is also
spells,
weird,
nice
is it
in our
not?
spell deck.
I feel like that's a card you want to
Quick
see.
spells we play.
I'm not going to do a round table, but there's a lot more people watching this profile now.
So playing 3 Preparation of Rites, 3 Emergency Teleport. This is like more copies of Geek Boy, for example.
Seconds,
Like one like kind of problem with Geek Boy is like having like 3 copies of Geek Boy in your hand doesn't do anything. Like Geek Boy plus the spell, or like Geek Boy plus E-Tele barely gets you there, because when you teleport out one, you get the field and you get the ritual. So you have like 2 level 3s for a level 6 ritual. And that's like super neg. And like you really just want like a teleport and the rest of your cards. You don't want to just see a bunch of Geek Boys, but obviously it's the best starter card. Quick prep, because you need a ritual in hand to use the Libromancers. Like a hand of Libros and like no ritual doesn't do anything. And obviously it has the add back a ritual spell effect.
1 Benton is the most common, maybe.
I have like Hime Search and I don't need anything specifically. So
this deck is wild anyways. It's like it's such a wild deck to play right now. It's like there's so many like normal decks out there, and then some people just choose violence and play this 60 card pile that feels so much like a national championship deck from like last year.
Just adds me another.
It's just a pile of engines.
Nice. Card's just good. So like obviously combo deck, 31 engine cards. We have to go second somehow.
31 engine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the 9 we choose.
The 9 flex spots.
There's 3 Ash.
Oh, it's just
3
40
Sphere
cards
Mode,
though.
and 3 Lava Golem. So after Vegas, I had to decide like what I think was like good to beat or anything.
Yeah.
I was very surprised at like how popular and like prevalent Branded was.
Yeah.
And I was previously citing this card because this hasn't been played in a while, and if everyone's gonna play Branded, I have to main deck Ash.
Yeah.
As I said, all the Libra monsters have their effect that they special themselves from hand, so I don't actually need my normal summon to combo. The only like normal summon card in my deck is the 1 Diviner, and this is why I'm playing 1 Diviner.
That's nice.
I can just main these cards. Like it looks brickier, like 6 tributes main deck. Like going first, I can just ritual summon with them or discard them because of Ohime's
their levels are
I
huge.
can just ritual with them or just discard them. Going
That is true. The deck has great synergy with. The deck does have great synergy with Sphere Mode and Lava Golem. I don't think the deck is insane overall, but that is one key advantage in this format.
Yes.
They probably play around this one. And like,
I'll say that this list completely loses, I think, to anyone that does the Arise Heart play with without playing into Lava Golem or Sphere Mode. Like your only out, I think, is Arabesque, and you only play 1. Right? And you have like, okay, you have Ohomi and Prep to find it. But still, if you don't have any of those, you'd literally or like a Rise Heart plus Forbidden Lands, I'm pretty sure it's just GG.
I also play this one, so there was no playing around to begin with.
Yeah.
And I just don't give them the choice. I just play them. And like that's mainly how I've been going second. I think the engine cards are good. Like stuff like Arabesque is cute, but you need like bloods like this to like survive against Kashtira.
Yeah.
So that was the main.
And even cards. Then, yeah, if they have, no, they can just banish Arabesque. Even, you don't have an out. You lose to a Rise Heart.
Extra. So I played 1 Lingeribo. Like I said earlier, Fire's type is important. It's a Cybers, it's a link with Cybers. Sometimes while you're playing, you're just comboing, you special Fire, and you just summon Lingeribo because they have a back row, and like if they're playing like something like Math Mech or something, and it's Factorial.
Nice.
Like I don't know, this like American looking dude in a school shirt doesn't look Cyberse at all. And then I lick it off and I summon this, and they're like, what? You know, like
it actually has, yeah.
And then it just blanks Factorial. Like I was playing this for Fire, but it also just having the Ibli application's nice. Also, if I open
Arabesque cannot bounce
I can't
Ibli.
combo if I don't have a way to put Fire in the grave.
Oh, nice.
So I special Fire, make Lingeribo, special agent, add back Fire, agent that I added with Fire, add back Fire, and then I normal Fire, and then I do the Warrior combo. But if Lingeribo's on the extra, I can't do that.
Cool.
Ferocious Flame Swordsman. So he's a warrior.
He's a warrior.
He's a warrior.
He's a trooper.
That is his main purpose. His 500 attack boost came up yesterday. I don't know how, but other than that, he's a warrior because the Libero combo basically uses Fire and Geek Boy to make a warrior, and then Agent is a warrior himself, and 2 warriors makes the best link 2 in the game.
The only one that tutors out monsters isn't banned at the moment, it seems.
So it's all it's all that's Agent. Agent is also
The extra deck is probably relatively standard.
On the right, because
Dynamon,
like 22 board. IP, when I'm stealing Resolved Intervention Phoenix, because one unicorn, or Hime, then attack them. Access card is usually playing with Link 2. I didn't get good card heralds when I'm bored, but like that's not the something alongside a live access to these. I'm not maining it. The only tuner my deck's Diviner, obviously, but it goes to level 6.
It becomes level 6,
So all my rituals are level 6, for example. So the Zolkin players, I usually make Zolkin with Hime and Diviner.
Okay.
Make Zolkin, and then I send Nini, the blue one. I send Nini, and then I bring it back with the Premature Burial. So then I have Zolkin, Crystal Wing, Nini, and I can use Zolkin as link material for either IP or Apple to build on the board. That's basically the extra.
So if you were playing against your opponent and they were playing Kashira and they Diablosis,
what card would they remove?
What do you think they would
Barone.
first of all think they're playing against, I guess?
What does the extra look like?
It's actually so generic when you think about it. Except for the Arclights.
This kind of gives like a Drytron vibe, but there's no rank 1s here, so it's not Drytron.
So they probably would assume,
I think they'd get rid of Barone, and I think getting rid of Barone's probably correct, like for them to do.
I think it's pretty obvious what you're playing, even though it's like, it's a niche deck, but like that extra deck screams Libromancer. Stuxnet FR, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you so much.
There's a lot of pressure.
Why wouldn't they hit Isold? I mean, it's probably Isold. I agree with you. It's probably Isold. It could be Barone, but like, I don't know. Although on the other hand, you don't really have to hit Isold if you hit the Warrior Link too. But then on the other hand, they're never making the Warrior Link too, anyways. Yeah, no, Isold.
Little did they know it's like you've one normal, you've only one way to get there. Like.
Side deck, side. I play the Bestial package.
Only 3 though.
I think they're the second best cards to Ash into Branded. I felt like I was weak going second into Branded a lot, so I wanted cards with like that were good and like also like multi-application. I played against Mathmech. And I did see Drewsworm to like go for game, like so it was multi-application. I think it was good for Branded. I played 3 Nibiru. You know, everyone's on this format. You know, cash combos, stop decks like mine. You know, like just combo decks. I think it was good. The cash I played, I didn't Nibiru them, but I still would put it in again. Like, they didn't go a Rise Pass any time. And I don't really have a problem with a Rise Pass because I just add the Equip spell that bounces, and that forces a Rise already. So then I can play. So, like, I don't think they should have Rise Pass, but, like, obviously that loses to Lance, but then there's so many what-ifs that you can't just cover everything. I played 3 D-Barrier for going first. You know, more Branded. I feel non-engine. I really wanted to feel oppressive against Branded because my combo...
Then I can play. Can you, though? That's exactly what I thought. That is exactly my thoughts. Is like, he just said, if they banish Arabesque, then I can play. But, like, how? Because you can't Isold. I don't know how you ever how do you beat a Rice Heart here? Because... make Barone and Prage? Even how do you make Barone? Because does Benton trigger? Does Benton trigger when it's banished, or does it have to go to the graveyard? Is Benton tributed and sent to the grave, or triggers when it's banished? Okay, so I can trigger a Benton. But I can't. I have no way of getting a Herald of the Arclight to the graveyard. I cannot use Diviner. I cannot do. There's so many. I cannot use Isold because that's cost. No, you don't play.
I feel like branded was something I had to.
You don't
really
play.
respect. Not only would it be popular,
I think that was cap.
I had to be oppressive against that matchup, not try and play the fair game.
Yeah.
So for back row, I played
Doombroker second effect. Okay, that is true. You can go summon a Doombroker, attack directly, and then send the Arisar to the graveyard. But that is probably all you're gonna do for that turn.
Denko Seka.
Ooh.
So Cosmic is because like
Denko is a cute idea. I like the Denko idea. Denko in some decks. First of all, that scared me for a second as an old paleo head. That was scary. But I think Denko is an interesting card because, of course, Labyrinth plays Floodgates, which technically beat Denko. Like, for example, Skill Drain beats Denko if they flip it up immediately, but people aren't really doing that right now. It's not the correct play to, like, immediately flip Skill Drain in your opponent's draw phase so that they know it's there and they know where it is and whatnot. Usually, you keep Skill Drain face down until you want it. Right? And so, like, Denko just kind of beats Labyrinth because that deck just completely falls apart to Denko Seka if they don't have Skill Drain. Of course, with Denko Seka gaining a little bit more of popularity, Labyrinth players might be inclined to flip Skill Drain immediately. But yeah, there's that.
Runic Fountain is the card I'm scared of the most. And Storm, Twister, Evenly, they don't deal with that card. They don't deal with that card. Yeah, that deck is why I'm not playing Evenly right now. Fountain is the scariest card to me right now, so I'm on Cosmic. I felt like Labyrinth's popularity, I wanted another back row hit card. Obviously the...
I think because they can loop D-Barrier called Ritual.
Yeah, called Ritual. Obviously the Lady and Lord are big monsters, but like I said, my deck doesn't need to normal summon. This is a perfect normal summon. And it's a good normal summon. And if I have the back row lock, I can just play with the Libromancers, out the board. And then they have to out Denko. And if I have Denko and I have, say, Hime, I could just steal their monster. Summoning something over 17. Some decks have normals that are over 17. But
what did you stand by Eradicator this deck? Okay, Eradicator, kind of, but the deck doesn't have that many spells. Honestly, I don't even know if Eradicator is that sick into this deck. What do you hit? You hit the field spell, teleport. They can just chain. I don't think Eradicator is that good. The best point to Eradicator this deck, honestly, if you play Eradicator into this deck, is probably to wait until they activate the field spell. If you hit them with Eradicator when they activate the field spell, you win the game because they cannot activate a second field spell, and that is their way to. That's their ritual spell as well.
Probably few and far between. Yeah. And I could just steal their monster, so then I can just keep them locked on the Denko. But yeah, Denko's mainly.
You only want to do order. That's it.
Yeah, Denko mainly for back row, and I think it was good. I got to Denko set 4 yesterday, and I just attacked for game. Yeah, I got to do it yesterday. But yeah, Denko is great.
Nice.
So yeah, that was all the.
What about your matchups? How were your matchups yesterday?
So matchups, I beat.
Okay. Interesting, but honestly, nothing really new here, I think. Can you do some tier limit cooking? I think you just need to let go, Mystic yugioh. I think you need to learn how to let go. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Furia Runic. Sprite Runic. Ooh. That's a lot of cards. Where's the tier limit deck? Where? Okay, I'll look at the tier limit deck. Which regional? At the top? There's a first place, but there's no list.
Salut tout le monde.
Salut.
Moran. Ouah, ça fait genre 1 milliard d'années. Et
ces paroles-là.
voilà. Et on se retrouve aujourd'hui avec Simon, 47 joueurs si je dis pas de bêtises. Barbosaurus.
Du coup, on a joué 3 Fenrir. Les cartes qui sont blanques, c'est des cartes que j'ai dû rendre. 3 Fenrir parce que ça tuto tir cash qui est le nouveau tir lamans qui est le meilleur du deck.
My man's trying to make a Walter Jewel deck profile over here.
On en joue un de chaque pour les monstres.
One of each.
Rhino à 3, mais on en joue qu'une parce qu'en gros on joue la meilleure normale du deck, Divine Race. Divine Race, ça va permettre de foolish principalement ces deux-là. Ça permet de meul 5, d'accélérer énormément le deck. Alors que Rhino Heart, ça fait plus grand chose maintenant qu'il n'y a plus Kit Kalos en normal summon. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on choisit ratio 1-3 et qu'on joue que ça que à 1. Et bien sûr, on va jouer aussi les shufflers parce qu'ils sont toujours très très bons et ça permet de défendre les boards, notamment quand on a planète.
Wow.
On va jouer aussi un petit ratio de Shadow. Squamat, une Beast. Squamat qui est polyvalent parce qu'il permet soit d'envoyer Beast pour piocher un, soit d'envoyer vide, qui va permettre de foolish plus de cartes. Très très important cette carte là, vraiment c'est un peu comme si on...
I mean, it's probably correct, honestly, to play Shadows. It's probably correct because you like that Winda auto win. I feel like it's something you need now.
En fait, c'est le deck maintenant qu'il a beaucoup moins de choses à toucher, il faut meuler de manière beaucoup plus énervée. C'est principalement pour ça.
It's kind of whack that like Kashtira has so many ways to beat Winda. But I guess it is what it is.
Il y a moins de bonnes cartes à meuler, donc on n'hésite pas à meuler. Ça m'est arrivé plein de fois de meuler 30 premier tour. Normal Diviner, Mulkelbeck, ça envoie à Guido et puis ça continue.
The deck does not feel good, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Roi des marées et la polymérisation, maintenant il n'y a plus Kitka, donc pour invoquer Rulka on est obligé de passer par cette carte là. Ça permet aussi d'invoquer la fusion Grapha. C'est un aqua aussi, donc ça permet de faire Kaleido Art, que ce soit
It looks fun.
Ou simplement en tant qu'aqua.
It does look fun to play. Like it does look like a fun deck. I'm not gonna deny that. It really looks like a fun deck to play. But I don't feel like it's like strong. It's not garbage either. It's not like impossible to do well with the deck. I mean, clearly. I don't know how big the regional was, but... Oh my god. Alright, so the deck just got a decent bit more expensive. Is Perla-Rhino like cheap now? Or are people still coping too hard on Perla-Rhino?
Au niveau des magies de tir, on a 2 scrims uniquement. Je pensais en jouer
20 bucks? Okay, I guess that's reasonable. Is it reasonable? I don't know.
On veut l'avoir bien sûr pour meuler plus ou bien l'avoir dans le cimetière pour tuto une trappe, surtout qu'on a plus Kitka.
I still have mine. It's kind of sad that they are now... The playset is now worth less than what I spent for one copy back in the day.
Mais c'est pour ça qu'en gros, au dernier moment, j'ai remplacé le 3e scrim par un 3e Fenrir. Fenrir, c'est un starter, ça c'en est pas un. Donc, bien meilleur.
What are your thoughts on Dark World? I think it's scary to play against, especially going second, but I don't consider it myself currently.
Et on va avoir 3 Book of
Didn't you pull yours? I pulled 2. I had to buy one.
Si on investit
back then,
plus de
I'm
spots
pretty
sur
sure.
ce match-up-là, ça va toucher vraiment trop la consistance du deck. Donc 3 Eclipse, et puis on a 40% de chance d'en toucher un. Bon, bien sûr, il y a les probas croisés avec H, mais on peut pas vraiment faire plus pour Kashtira main deck en avant-deuxième en tout cas. Et pour les pièges, une Metanoids, la meilleure contre Kashtira, ça permet de Book of Moon son truc, de setup une fusion, et vraisemblablement il peut pas jouer si ça résout, ou bien alors très difficilement. 2 Zulik, très bonne à meuler, très bonne à tuto. Et le Trivikarma, malheureusement c'est pas une piège d'archétype, mais l'effet est juste trop fort, ça permet de tuto n'importe quelle carte avec Lisa Starforce dans le nom.
There was no goods, was there? I feel like goods is a nice card now. Like goods, if you play Trivikarma, Saliak, Meta Noise, feels like and Scream feels like such a high utility card. There was no goods, I'm pretty sure.
Même quand on la pioche en main, on a des moyens un petit peu bizarres pour l'envoyer au cimetière, mais.
What's your opinion on Phantom Knights? It won a regional as well last weekend. I do think let me finish the deck profile and then I'm gonna say something about the format in general, because I think people are going way crazier than they should right now in terms of what they play. I think people are just enjoying to experiment again, which is a good thing.
petit Rémi Parisé qui jouait à 44 avec Tyramons. Je sais pas comment il a fait, mais. Pour l'extra deck, du coup, on a les deux fusions Roi des Marais, Rulka et Grapha. Très très bon pour préserver les boards, etc. Grosse patate.
Gros monstre.
On joue un mot dragon.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Omni. Probably.
Avec les Shadows. Et ça nous permet d'avoir un niveau 4, soit pour.
It's probably that paired with a bit of copium, right? People actually think some of that stuff is like actually good, but.
Kaleidoart, Dragostapelia et Guardian Chimera, c'est line-up standard maintenant. Au niveau des exis, alors on joue un Dweller, c'est notamment pour les match-up un peu rogue.
Are you going to watch any of the lists from the Georgia Regional? It had 460 people and Tri-Sprite won it. If it's, I mean, if there's a profile for the first place Sprite list, I'd be down to look at it.
Et aussi pour Branded. Ce qui est bien avec ce deck-là, c'est que vu qu'on
There's literally 3 outs against the Rysart going second. Yeah, it's kind of mad. This list is kind of mad. The tier limit deck is madness, I think.
Si on peut le faire ou non. C'est pour ça qu'il n'est pas en side. Le Redoer, étant donné qu'on a beaucoup moins de noms, bah, ça permet de faire une.
I did not see any Master Duel reveals or anything like that, no.
Avoir un niveau 4, me les plus. On joue Dracossack, vu qu'on joue les caches tyrans, on les accès très facilement et ça fait un combo vraiment pas mal avec Cherubini ou avec les deux tokens, on va envoyer Roi des Marées avec ça.
This combo is so extra.
On peut faire sprint derrière.
Rommel Fox 96, thank you for the prime. Welcome back to month number 3. Appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much.
Il y a aussi dans certaines setups, on peut garder, en fait, on n'est pas obligé d'utiliser le Dracossack pour faire sprint, et du coup, en gros,
The Biden combo.
On a sprint plus Dracossack et on peut détacher un matériel pour une interruption de plus, c'est pas mal. Un Zeus, on n'en joue pas plus, parce qu'il n'y a pas la place, il y a le deuxième qui est en side. De toute façon, contre cache tirage, j'ai pas de Talents main deck, donc si on n'a pas Eclipse, généralement la game 1, on la scoop, quoi. Ça n'a pas vraiment d'importance qu'il l'enlève ou non. Et si ça peut nous permettre de garder notamment Guardian Chimera, c'est un des moyens où on peut remonter les boards cache en fait. On fait polymérisation, Guardian Chimera, on casse le truc, ça dodge les lances. Bon après ça prend impermanence et H vu que la polymérisation va être bannie par Arizart. On joue une Dark, toujours un lien de générique qui peut permettre d'avoir sprint assez facilement. Ça permet de reborn Arizart et de mettre Zeus par-dessus potentiellement derrière si on n'oublie pas. Et ça joue une baronne de fleurs. Vu que la normale c'est Diviner va passer niveau 6 avec un Ishizu. Et ça permet de jouer autour énormément de Book of Eclipse et de cartes dans le genre. La carte est incroyable, vraiment la meilleure synchro du jeu. Et pour le site, c'est là où c'est un peu plus douteux. On a testé pas mal de cartes parce qu'on savait pas trop comment aborder le format, notamment cache tira. On a besoin de cartes contre cache tira, mais c'est toujours du pierre papier ciseaux. Si on met des Nibiru mais qu'il invoque Arizart en 3 summons, bah, on a une carte morte en main et il y a toujours.
If I don't draw Eclipse, I scoop game 1. I mean, that's, you don't have to tell me that because that's obvious. Like I saw the deck, which is why it's not very strong. This deck, first of all, without Eclipse, it has no chance against the Rysart. And even with Eclipse, you still lose if they decide to go for the zone lock combo. So like, the Kashtira matchup for this deck is awful.
La méta, il y a juste Kashtira où c'est vraiment dur. Normal, le deck est full power, alors que celui-là vient de se faire pas mal hit. Donc au niveau du side, on va avoir une crime. Ça va être notamment pour les gens qui jouent encore des bestiales. Même en allant deuxième, quand les gens qui jouent des bestiales, on la garde. Ça va permettre de récupérer les noms qui sont bannis vu qu'on a plus qu'un de chaque. Et sinon, on a en premier, bien sûr, lock des boards avec une counter trap, c'est très fort. On joue 3 cosmiques. 3 cosmiques.
C'est dur par ici.
3 cosmiques et un plumeau pour les decks backroll, labyrinthe, etc. On a 3 H, surtout pour Brandon, même s'il joue pas mal autour.
Here might be okay, but has a really bad Kashtira matchup and a bad Despia matchup if they play Bestials. So how is it okay then? Just like reevaluate that sentence. Just think about that for a second.
Ça, je suis pas convaincu. Ça peut être FTK comme ça peut être très moyen. Contre Branded, s'il a Aluber plutôt Branded Lost, la carte devient morte. Là, on pourra pas sur Branded Fusion. Contre Kashtira, j'ai eu une setup où il avait tous les extenders, il a très bien joué autour.
The deck is okay, but it loses to the other decks.
La carte est bonne, mais elle est polyvalente pour Branded Cash, mais vraiment conditionnelle sur la manière dont il joue en face en fait. Au niveau des cartes de Gosegan, on a 2 talents, ça peut être aussi bon en premier si les gens jouent pas mal d'entraves et bestiales.
It's a good deck against the decks that are bad. It is not a very good deck against the decks that are good.
Un plumeau, foolish, terraforming, etc. Jamais pioché, on verra. et le Zeus pour la fin.
Ah, tu joues un deuxième Zeus en 15e.
Deuxième Zeus en extra vu qu'on voulait.
Yeah, I think there is this trend right now in the community or like in tournaments where, and I think it's a good thing, honestly. I think it's a very enjoyable thing to see, is that people are tired of like tier limit format in a way where there was only one or two decks and most of the decks would build themselves. People want to like have some agency again in what they play and how they build it, right? And so I think people are really, really happy to have the chance right now to just experiment, right? People just want to experiment. And I will say one thing, while Kashtira is a deck that a lot of people find very annoying and don't really enjoy playing against, Kashtira is a very, very good deck to be in the format if you want to experiment. Because I'm going to be honest with you, almost any deck can beat Kashtira if you prepare accordingly, right? I can beat Kashtira with almost any deck if I draw the right tech cards. So, and that, I think people are taking that opportunity right now. People are like, well, I can throw Book of Eclipse, Nibiru, and Kaijus and Book of Moons into my whatever deck, into Rika, Dark World, Punk, Dinosaurs, whatever, right? And I can just do okay at tournaments. And I think that's very healthy for the community right now, is that yes, Kashtira is a powerful deck and it's annoying to play against, but the fact that Kashtira does not end on any negates, I think makes it so that a lot of decks just like get pulled out of the binders again and see some amount of success. Even though I don't think that most of these decks are going to stick around for a very long time or are going to be like decks that you can like bring to win YCSs or whatnot. I think at anything that's locals or regionals, you can play a lot of different decks right now that are all kind of fine. You know, Invoker, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. It's gonna take a while, I think, for the meta to settle on stuff. But for now, I mean, go ahead and experiment. What's your opinion on Trap Tricks? I think Trap Tricks is probably the best budget option that we've had in a very, very long time. And I think it cannot be underestimated how important that could be for the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, I think one of the biggest problems that Yu-Gi-Oh had in recent years was that the barrier of entry for complete beginners was very, very high in terms of the money they had to spend to get their first deck that can actually compete. And I think Trap Tricks is great in that sense, where it's actually viable, right? I think it's not the best deck. But it is definitely good enough to win locals, to top a regional, maybe even top a YCS if you're really good with it. And that's very valuable for the fact that basically you need 3 structure decks and maybe Prosperity. And then some like cards that are not expensive. So like in terms of the value that it has, in terms of like what it costs and what it offers, I think it's great. And that's, I think, a very, very good thing for the game as a whole. For me, as a top, like as a trying to like top level competition like type of player, I currently do not consider Trap Tricks to be an option for me for the upcoming like YCS London in like a month. I don't have Trap Tricks on my radar as like a deck that I'm maybe bringing, but that doesn't mean it's a bad deck. I still think it's a good deck, and I think it's great for budget players. And honestly, I do plan on even on giving it a chance at some point. I do think maybe I'm even underestimating it. Maybe I should give it a try on stream someday this week and see if I even underestimate it, because I do think it looks good. What do you have under your radar? There's still a lot of stuff on there. I'm still like really undecided because there's still so much time. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on it. I think Labyrinth is pretty strong. I think I still believe in Sprite. My opinion on that hasn't changed because I haven't gotten around to test a lot. I will give you guys a Sprite deck profile probably tomorrow. I'm gonna record it today after the stream ends because I was planning to go to a tournament this weekend and play Sprite, but I can't go now because I have something else to do on the day. So I'm just gonna post the list that I was going to use. The list that I was going to use, I'm gonna post it tomorrow probably. I don't know if Sprite is gonna be top tier, but I think it's got more potential than what people give it credit for right now. My Labyrinth 6th place regional list is also in there if you want to check it out. We can even discuss it if you are down for it. I mean, where is it? Which one is it? I'm down. Let's do some live discussion. Where's the top? Is it this one? Okay, it's just an image. 2 Ariane, 3, 2. Okay. I do like the monster lineup a decent amount. I wish you could fit more. Heavenly Prisons. I'm not convinced by the one goes in one rivalry still. I saw Ryan use logic on it, but I'm not sure if I agree. I really am not. I don't know how much I like the random goes in random rivalry. The one of the Ruma Cannon also feels awkward to me. That card doesn't feel that great this format because you like Kashtira and Branded don't make Link monsters. I feel like the Ruma Cannon is at best against Link boards. I'm not sure how much I like that. I understand it's like a searchable card off of Lady Labyrinth. It's for the Traptrix matchup. It is good against Traptrix, true. It does book the field, but I don't know. I know it books, but it just doesn't clear the stuff. And so some of the stuff, especially if you go second, it can just be flipped up again. Going first, it's good. I'm not a fan of main deck Solemn Judgment. I think that card is too focused on being able to go first. I do understand that there's some people that main deck evenly, but I feel like you just have to risk that if you're playing a deck like this. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's okay. I really like Terrors of the Overroot. I think one trap trick is awkward if you only play one copy of Overroot. I think you should be able to go trap trick into spot removal, which this list cannot do right now unless you consider Compulse. But if you want to removal like anything else. I like more Terrors of the Overroot. I like the fact that you're not playing Punishment with a bait extra deck. I like that. What does this do going second? I mean, the thing is, you look at this and you see 3 evenly, 3 prosperity, and 3 duality. I think you underestimate what the chances are of seeing evenly going second. I don't remember the exact number, but it's something like 75% or something. Or even higher than that. That if you play a 40-card deck with 3 evenly, 3 prosperity, 3 duality, you have a very high chance of seeing evenly going second. So I think that is reasonable for game 1 for a trap deck, honestly. It's around 70%. Maybe it's around 70. Even then, you have to consider the chances in a very, very simple... If you prosp, you let your opponent 5-spell trap lock you, only if they went for the full combo, though. Beforehand. But I think it's fine to bank on the fact that evenly is your one plan for going second. I think that's reasonable. I mean, sometimes you can also just go set 5 pass, depending on what the matchup is. Wondering if Imperm would be good? I think it's probably not very good. I mean, like, the problem with Imperm as your only, like, hand trap is just not impactful enough, I think. I don't like it. What's the Ojama trio for? Kashtira? You just give him 3 Ojamas? Is that the plan? That's funny. Does it work? Is it really the best card you can play against Kashtira? Did win me every game I used it. That is funny. Like, cause I mean, the Kashtira extra deck can't get rid of the Ojamas, right? You can make a Donner, but you need 2 with different types. It is really funny. It also beats evenly. Is that the best trap you can side against Kashtira? In Labyrinth? It might be. It might actually be the best trap you can side against Kashtira. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Iron Wall would also work. Yeah, you're right. Iron Wall would also work. But is Iron Wall better than Ojama Trio? I guess it depends. I do love one thing. Sometimes I think that it would be better if we had a rotation in Yu-Gi-Oh, but then sometimes I see cards like Book of Moon, Enemy Controller, Ojama Trio, all cards from like before 2005 return to the metagame. And I don't know what it is about that, but that just makes me happy. I think that's just great. And so in those moments, I'm happy that we don't have a rotation. In those moments, I'm really happy we don't have a rotation. But no, overall, this list is solid. I think there's only small things I would change. It's a solid list. It is standard for the most part, to be fair. At this point in time, like the Labyrinth decks, I think from Herman and from Ryan Yu really shaped a lot of the way that the deck is being played right now, which is fine. But yeah. Please tell me what to do with my Runic Sprite deck to get it down to 40. It's on the spreadsheet. Which one is yours? This one? Was it this one? Because this one's 45. The thing is, I will, like I said earlier, I will upload a Runic Sprite deck profile tomorrow. So without spoiling too much, I think Runic Sprite is in a situation this format where it doesn't feel great to do what you have to do, in my opinion. Because I think what you have to do is just accept the fact that you cannot play as much non-engine in Runic Sprite. Because that's always been the case. There is just certain decks. There is certain decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! That simply cannot play 8, 9, 10 cards and non-engine. Right? Some decks just can't do that because they will just be inconsistent. I felt the non-engine was too good not to have it. That's the thing. In this format, non-engine is very strong. You're right about that. Non-engine is very strong in this current format. The problem is, if non-engine is the key to winning in a format, then you maybe don't want to play decks that don't work well with non-engine. Because Runic is a deck that works very well with non-engine. but only if you draw 1 or 2 non-engine cards. You can't draw too many non-engines in the deck. And especially cards like Evenly Matched are like specifically awkward in Runic Sprite because you can draw into them after. But yeah, sometimes it's just like certain decks, and I do think Runic Sprite is one of those decks. Certain decks just have a certain number of flex spots that you can play. Like, I think for Runic Sprite, the number is about 6. I think you should always try to keep the deck 40 cards for Runic Sprite. And then you have about, I think, 6 flex spots where you can put non-engine. And if that's not enough, I think you should just play a different deck. If you think that 3 to 6 non-engine isn't enough in the current format, then I think Runic Sprite simply isn't the way to go. And I haven't figured that out for myself yet. I was going to play Runic Sprite this weekend. But I think that with Runic, you just have to kind of rely on the fact that, yeah, the Runic cards have a decent amount of possibility to break boards, right? You don't need... I don't think you need non-engine, for example, to beat Despia at all with Runic. I think Runic can beat Despia with all engine. Runic cannot beat Kashtira with all engine unless you get lucky. But yeah, it's Runic Sprite, despite being in a better spot than last format, I still think is in a little bit of a weird spot. Wondering if we'll get more Edison content from you soon, or are we hyper-focused on Advanced at the moment? I am planning to explore Edison format in terms of content creation a little bit more as well, especially on Twitch, because I am very passionate about it. So I feel like it would only make sense to bring it to the channel a little bit more frequently if people want to see it. At some points, at certain points, I'm gonna have to also, you know, look at what people want to see, right? I can't just do whatever. But I do plan on trying it again at some point if people like to see it. Runic Sprite versus Runic Naturia. I personally think they are pretty much the same concept. Honestly, I don't know what's better. I don't know exactly what's better, but I think they are both kind of they both kind of have that same problem. You know? I think both are strong. I think both are strong. It's just a matter of finding exactly the right build. But let me quickly... There was this thing that I really wanted to see. I know we're watching a lot of profiles today. I'm sorry for that, even though I think it's still interesting. But there's just a lot going on in the format right now, and I really want to make sure it's reflected on the stream. And this guy went 9-0 at Atlanta's biggest regional ever with Tri-Brigade Sprite. So I figured while we're talking about Sprite, that is a very good moment to look at that deck.
We're here with Pro Duelist Dylan Fox. What did you just do, baby?
I won the Duluth Regional.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Their second biggest regional of all time.
Yeah, it was 430-something people. It was really cool. It's like 10-something right now, and we're just getting our stuff. It's wild.
It's been a long day, bro.
So yeah, I played Tri-Brigade Sprite. I played the deck that Logan, PJ, and I played at Las Vegas. I made a few changes to my deck and played it with 9-0. Very happy with it. You guys want to jump into it? Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, so start with the main deck. So we start with Sprite cards, blues, jets. I played 2 red now. This is different from our previous list. We kept talking about like wanting to open red. I felt like having the extra Sprite card was like phenomenal. And 1 carrot. Then we have 3 starters and a smash.
But did they really print super rare red but not super rare carrot in the recent OTS pack? I forgot. Is there super rare red but no super rare carrot? That's so cringe. That's so cringe.
Smasher. I cut Gamma Burst for my deck because it just was terrible.
Fair. Very fair.
I mean, I don't think we need anything else for Sprite cards. The Tri-Brigade, I play as few as I can. So 7 cards. Just 2/2/2/2. Or 2,
no fractal.
2/2/1. Revolt to House. These cards being level 2 is crazy. Your sprites get to them, so you don't need to play like Fractal or Tinky or anything. For the card that like tied together, the Nimbles, the Angler, and then the Foolish Burial, these just kind of bring the Sprite engine and the Tri-Brigade engine together. Beaver being a beast is so sick, dude. So for like defensive cards, we're at 3 Ash, double Nib, 3 Rulers, 3 Imperm, and I made it 3 evenly. This card was phenomenal.
The card's insane.
Yeah, it was really good. There's a lot of game ones I just got to steal because I lost the roll. My opponent popped off and I got to evenly them. Definitely did what I wanted to do. I wasn't afraid to play cards like this in my main deck, like going first, because I get to tuck a card with Fair Jeet and tuck a card with Bear Brum. So like, as long as I get to
That's a good point.
a red plus get to my combo.
That's a good point. That's a good point about evenly matched in this deck. I talked about evenly earlier, where when it makes sense and when it doesn't. If your combo has an effect like Farajit, where every time you can like return a card from your hand to the deck, that's another reason you might want to play evenly.
So I'm not really.
I don't know how much I like Dark Ruler in this format. The one thing that's obviously bad about it is that it loses to Shangri Era, and it does not unlock your zones. But yeah.
What else is in my hand? Obviously, we don't have any extenders.
Thank you, Pack, for the 11. How you doing? Good morning.
It's 40 card main deck, nothing crazy. Next, I'll do the extra, I guess.
Yeah.
So double sprint, gigantic. Those are my sprite cards. Double sprint's like super mandatory. For the Tri-Brigades, we got the Fair Jeet, the Blossom, or the Bear Brum, excuse me. Double Sure Egg. I think 2 of this you have to play, and then the double Dragon Lords because like some of the best removal in the game.
One issue for this deck is, I think, extra deck space, as it's always been.
Play Appaloosa, Pit Knight, and IP. Pit Knight's gas.
Pit Knight is kind of gas.
I got to, I was playing against like a Sprite adventure deck at one point, and I got to summon Pit Knight to where his sprint pointed to turn it off so that I could pop off and summon a bunch of monsters and mosquito him.
Skeeter.
Skeeter was really good. Speaking of, Skeeter,
Yes,
Skeeter
sir.
is lethal. It does just win the game when it's summoned. Then double Zeus. This I actually summoned 0 times today, but I like Vegas and I like R testing. This card comes up a ton, so definitely wouldn't cut it. Side deck, the 1 Dino Wrestler Pankratops. I got to destroy our.
Wait, frog stickers? Where? Where?
Knight to where his sprint pointed to turn it off so that I could pop.
Oh,
off.
down here. Yeah, give me that. What is that? I need
A
that.
bunch of monsters and mosquito him.
Skeeter.
Skeeter was really good. Speaking of, I like R testing. Man,
I heard about that.
With evenly Pankratops. Actually better than Exodia. Scattershot.
Merch
I
idea,
got to win with
question
this
mark?
card. Twin Twisters, Double Eclipse.
Zwillings
Cobalt.
Twister.
So my numbers in my side deck are really weird, but it's because I main deck like the evenlies, the 2 nibs, and 3.
Vom Grab
You made
Coolers.
so much going second stuff anyway.
Yeah, so like my side deck is made to be able to take like 8 cards out at a time or 5 cards out at a time.
Ooh. Antimagischer Duft.
So that's kind of where the ratios come in for this. 3D berries, cards like Exodia, anti-spells. I needed 2 more slots that happen to like fit a roll and that fit the roll.
Yeah,
A
100%.
pointer. This card I only got to resolve it once, but it's incredible. And then double cross came up for me less this tournament, but I did not mind having it in my deck.
No thrusts. I don't know why people are
Yeah,
why people are expecting thrust to be in every deck. That card lost a lot of quality after the last 4. It's still a fine card to side deck, but I don't know. It's like not that good anymore. Where's the perfect information merch?
That's my 9-0 deck.
Let me cook.
Had a blast with it. Obviously, the boys we did pretty decent at Vegas. We're out here smacking people up. Another thing is we got a Versus Destiny box for making top 8. The store gave out additional prizes, so we're going to give this away in this video.
Yeah, 100%.
So obviously, like, comment, subscribe to enter this giveaway. We'll post another video later in the week about it. Yeah, and I guess I'm going to give out some shout-outs. First, I'm going to shout out.
All right. That honestly, I like the idea. I haven't seen it before. Maybe it's standard. Maybe I'm just behind on the runic sprite goo, but I felt like that was at least a little bit unique, the way that we just played no fractal. That felt like a solid idea, because they made a profile for it in Vegas. They didn't top. Okay. I mean, it's like the The cool thing now is that we don't have to draw, like, I think the cool thing here is that, how do I phrase this? I think the sprite engine can easily get you into your Tri-Brigade combos. And on the other hand, your Tri-Brigade combos can also get you into your sprite engine, right? Because this list solves a lot of problems that sprite has now. Like, for example, what is your sprint target? If you are not playing, if you're like, this deck can send Nimble Angler for sprint. This deck can send, if you had Foolish, for example, which is another great thing, this deck can play Foolish, which Foolish is a very powerful card, but it's not really seeing use in pure sprite decks, because if you Foolish Nimble Angler, your sprint gets less value. In this deck, that's not the case. You Foolish Nimble Angler, you can still sprint the guy, Kit. Or if you already went for Nimble Angler, you can also Foolish Kit. I think I might have to try some Tri-Brigade sprite at some point. I might have to try some Tri-Brigade sprite at some point. Okay. There is one more thing I wanted to do today. I just shared a twin sprite list in the sub chat Discord that I think has potential. I'll look at it later, okay? I'll look at it later, or I'll also do a I also might do another deck doctor stream at some point. There was also a Sky Striker deck that doesn't work. Okay. There's a Trap Trick deck from a regional. I wonder how much different it did. They also let's see if they also just brought 3 structure decks.
So we're here today with Bushtian, who just topped with 3 structure decks.
Oh.
Due to a
It's Slovenian pack.
Because yeah, shout out to Koch. He said he's gonna buy his entry for him to play 3 structure decks, which he did. What was your score?
I went 6-1.
So he went 6-1 today at our regional.
I only lost to Branded round 1, and
That's a big regional. 7 rounds?
that's it.
And then that was it. Just uphill from there. So congrats. Just amazing.
I didn't know Slovenia had regionals like that.
An amazing score. So that's
7 rounds is not bad. That's like over 100 people.
3 structure decks.
Oh, they do 5 rounds in top 4. Okay.
So for the main deck, I played 3 of these.
Yes.
3 of these.
Still 6-1 for 3 structures is still impressive. You can say whatever you want.
Okay. You need 2 for the grind game.
Okay.
3 Mantis and 3 Mermelio. These are the best starters. Also the Pudica to search your field spell. This is really good because my opponents can't reach, so they wasted their lightning storms.
Oh, okay.
Then I played 3 Ash because
it was in the structure deck. Yes.
Then 1 field spell, 2 of discard.
Yes.
I cut it to 2 because it loses.
Oh my god, if only we had that card 6 years ago, it would have gone so hard in Paleo, dude. That card is so good in Paleo.
Just to Ash, so it's bad. But I have to play it because there is no better cards in the structure deck.
Okay.
And 3 Regeki because this deck is bad wings.
Okay. You said you drew through Regeki a lot.
Yeah. Like probably 2 or 3 times. But one time didn't matter. My opponent locked all 5 spell trap zones. So
okay.
Then the best card of the deck.
Yeah.
Summoned like 3 or 4 monsters on my opponent's turn because of this. Really good card.
Also, this is treated as a whole card for anyone that doesn't know.
And it's really insane in the grind game. Like because of
Could you play Paleo Trap Tricks? You could, but why should you is the question.
You can still win if they even do.
Okay.
Then for the normal trap pulls, 2 of them new one, it's hard ones, so that's why.
Okay.
Then 3 of these, it's the best one probably. That format.
Really?
Because it negates and destroys the monster that was summoned. 2 floodgates, insane against Kapira.
Amazing.
And 2 grave diggers.
Okay.
Burn is actually amazing from this card.
You burned one guy, right?
Yeah,
to 0. He had 2k.
2k and I activated it.
Yes.
And he does good. Then 1 bottomless, it's for the Albas.
Okay.
Just generically good card. 1 Brigandine because
Was there ever a time in Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember. Was there ever a time where you could genuinely like take 3 structure decks and top a tournament? Was that the case with anything before Monarchs? Maybe. Was there no card in Monarchs that you needed from like outside? Because here is literally there's no card that's not in the structure deck. No, not Salamangreat. Salamangreat structure deck didn't even have freaking Sunlight Wolf. Salamangreat doesn't count. Monarchs needed Kuraz. You could play, I guess you could play without Kuraz, but Shadol's nah. Shadol's is not even close. Dinos. Chaos Dragon, nah. Chaos Dragon, there was. I think for Chaos Dragon there was stuff missing. Dark World 2, there's no shot. I think ABC maybe. I guess you needed Photon Thrasher, or was he in it? I mean, the ABC deck was just garbage though, without any of the help from outside. Like if you didn't put anything else into the ABC deck, it was still garbage. I think there's never been a situation like this where you could just take a deck, like 3 structures out the box, and genuinely like top a regional or whatever. Yeah, you needed Link Monsters for ABC, right? There's like no way to combo off in ABC if you didn't have like at least like some extra deck. No Motion Plus, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. You needed like, yeah, you needed like Bujinte, Tsukuyomi, and whatnot. Like you didn't have anything. They gave us all the extra deck months from... Yeah, I think it's actually the first time. I think it's actually the first time that you can... Yeah, I didn't mean links. I meant XYZs. I didn't mean links. I meant XYZs when I said for ABC. Dino structure that gets 3rd. Hold up.
Alright, what is up guys? It's Kyle here from Team Moon. So I'm going to give you a deck profile from the London Regionals today. I'm here with...
Justin. And it pops a dinosaur monster too.
I think I saw this back then. I remember this. Is there only structure? But there's a Norden. Norden was not in that structure deck. That's a lie.
That was 2006. This within the trap I play is very good against Zoo. It disrupts all the plays a lot. You got 3
Nah, they are filthy meta sheep tryhards. They put a Norden into the deck.
Protects you from Dryden and everything, and all the hand traps. So you can get up Oviraptor in that.
Meta Andy, dude. Disgusting.
You got 3 babies, and another one, and the 1 Pterodon. I only like these at 4 because I don't want to see them in my hand at all. And that's all I like about them. And they're good with Lost World. 1 Rescue Rapid for the 3 vanillas. Never seen this today at all. Once. 1 Affinity, never seen this either. Never even brought it out because I saw Sumi Destruction. So it's just there then. The boss monster deck let me win all my games. Go in second.
It's a pretty good card.
It is very good. 1 Max E for the hand traps. And 2
so these are the only things that weren't in the structure deck, right? Pretty much?
Yeah, and the one I'm going to show you next.
That's pretty intense.
2 Rapids, 1 Max E. Helping a lot against all matchups. 1 Regeki, and 2 Institutions.
Oh my god, that Raigeki is hollow. Filthy meta sheep.
This I didn't really see much, but I hope get the trap up I play. 3 the Searcher for any dinosaurs. 1 Book of Moon, I never seen it either. 2 Twin Twister, because I don't have Cyclones, I don't think I'll play them. I like this more because it discards all your dinosaurs. Just summon the big guy. 3 Lost Worlds. This video has so many MSTs and everything. And it just made me win the game pretty much. If it survived, then I won so many more games because of it.
Okay, no, it doesn't count. Still better logic than the dino profile from earlier, though. No cap.
Yeah.
Structure deck?
Yeah. And 3 units.
Okay.
So... then for the extra deck,
yes.
I played 2 of that cards.
Yes.
Like, you don't need it, but it's here, I guess.
Okay.
3 of Aphlesia. It actually came up to that I had 3.
Yeah.
In the extra deck, but the best card actually.
Okay.
3 of these. Nothing better to put in the extra deck.
Okay.
You don't need 3 at all.
Okay.
Did we have a Pepe D today and I missed it? We did have one, like almost in the beginning, but we're close to another one. If you're lucky, you can get another one.
3 of these. you can actually OTK with that one. But
Did you OTK?
If
Yes.
chat is generous, there's gonna be another PPD angle today.
one of that never summoned
Okay.
that card, and 3 Sarah. The best
How is
card.
there so many extra deck cards in that structure deck? I didn't realize that until now. I guess it makes sense because I saw a pack with a full extra deck, but how is there like... What the hell? Skunky Bliss, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. But like, this is a boomer moment again. This is a boomer moment again because like I'm used to like times where there's like one boss monster per structure deck. And that's it. Or like, you know, one hollow per structure. And now there's just like, how is there an entire extra deck in the structure deck?
Of course.
I might just be a boomer, but like, I mean, I'm here for it. That's good. It's probably a good thing, but like, what the hell?
And for the side deck, the best
I did
card
not
is
realize there was an
Protection.
entire extra deck in that thing. Julian, thank you for the 9 months. That's a long time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes. We love the side deck.
3 Kadara.
Yes.
3 whatever is this card.
3 Commandicus.
Yeah. 3 Retaliating Sea.
Yes.
Never drew it, but in theory it's a good card.
Yes.
1 Duster because it's extra structure deck. 2 Shade, freaking beans. Like
That card's in there too?
to
go first.
I guess.
You don't even... How does that card not even make it into the main deck? How good is this structure deck? That card was a main deck staple before the structure deck in Trap Tricks decks. There was one in the main deck. Okay.
And like
But
3 more
still.
trap holes for the specific matchups.
Okay.
And yeah, that's probably it.
Okay, so is there anything you would change if you weren't forced to play structure decks, like off the top of your head?
Yeah, definitely. I would play Judgment.
Okay.
Maybe Nibiru's because I got Even Lead and Lightning Storm. but
Right. Okay.
Really too much, and like those cards are bad.
All right.
This is crazy. I can't remember this ever being a thing where people just start topping regionals with 3 structure decks. X Maxis, thank you for the 6 months, and Nayri 12, thank you for the 7. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
I would.
Closest thing was Monarch. I think so too. I think Monarch was the second best behind this in terms of playability. But I genuinely think this is probably the best structure deck we've ever had. Which says a lot, because there's been good structure decks before. I guess it depends how you look at it, because okay, no, I have to phrase that differently, because it might not be the best structure of all time, actually, because I mean, I think it's the best structure deck if you are only comparing them by just only using cards from the structure deck, right? Because I think there's been structure decks before that had better impact or higher impact on the metagame. But of course, you had to like invest more than just the structure deck. It's the best one out of the box. It's the best value if you want to pick up a budget deck. I think that you can say. But I think the Salamangreat structure, the Monarch structure, the even Chaos Dragons back in the day, there's the Shadol structure. Those were all like meta-defining structure decks as well. Albaz too. Those were all more meta-defining than I think Trap Tricks will be. But they were all not playable out of the box. So, yeah, I guess it depends on how you measure like what the best structure deck was. But it's close. I think it's very, very interesting how that is just a thing now, that you can just play $30 for an actual meta viable deck. Structure tier list incoming. I feel like I've done enough tier lists recently. I kind of want to explore some other contents, but maybe at some point. Maybe at some point. Go Tachi, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. We are 1 away from another PPD for today. All right. There was one more thing, because it's getting super late. This flew by. I was planning to do more stuff today. Okay, and there we go. Omni, Voldemort, and Dragon Knight coming in clutch, smashing another sub goal. All right, and I'm gonna pull up what we do next while you guys get to jam to the Pepe D Right there. All right, there you go. There you go. And I'm going to pull something up that I don't even know if we have enough time to look into it in detail. But it is something that I really wanted to do today, so we're still going to do it, even though it might maybe take longer than 5 p.m., but we'll see. Just stay on longer? Yeah, if it takes longer, it takes longer. It's fine. San Bismarck, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And that is this. What variant of Sprite do you think is the best one now? I think in order to answer that question, I really need that, and because I don't know the answer myself. I genuinely do not know the answer myself. I am currently in the process of heavy coping on Sprite because everyone left and right is telling me that Sprite does feel underwhelming. Everyone in there is kind of like starting to forget about Sprite, and I'm still out here coping, but I haven't really had the time yet to confirm or deny any of the, of like the Sprite theory that I've made. All I know is that I have a Sprite runic deck that I think is solid. I'm gonna post that list tomorrow on YouTube. So !YouTube to not miss that. I guess I'm also gonna let you know tomorrow on stream. But I do think there's a lot of Sprite stuff that I still need to really try. So I think I might do another Sprite testing stream where I really dedicate some time to actually playing some matches with Sprite and see how it feels with different variations of Sprite. And I kind of just need that for myself to decide whether I think Sprite is a serious contender or not. But yeah. Did you test Trap Tricks? We tested a little bit of Trap Tricks. I think it's a good budget option. So far, I'm not convinced it's actually a top tier deck, but I think it's solid for now. I think I need to test it a little bit more though. Anyways, one thing I really wanted to do, because I think it's always fun when these come out, and this came out like 2 days ago, is the OCG Metagame Report, which is still tier limit land, which you gotta feel bad for them now, I feel like. But I want to see what's going on, because a lot of this stuff is also going to be hitting the TCG at some point, right? You guys know we get the Purely cards. You guys know we get the Purely cards soon. We get some of the other cards soon. So I want to look at what's coming. But there's like also, even though tier limit is the best deck, it seems like still in the OCG, there's still a lot of other stuff. There's Adamancipator, which where the hell did Adamancipator come from? Go back to wherever you came from, Adamancipator. Purely, I think, is cool. I'm looking forward to Purely. Tri-Brigade's still there. Bestials, Super Heavy Samurai, Exo Sister, Labyrinth, Runic, Branded, Kashtira, Scareclaw, Other. Let's just hop in. This deck has not changed since forever. Tournament is such a nightmare for deck builders, dude. Let's just skip Tournament. Let's just not talk about Tournament. This is insane to me. 3 Merly, 2 Havness, multiple Kelbecks, multiple Mudoras. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be us, chat. Couldn't be us TCG connoisseurs of a diverse metagame with deck building, right? Could not be us. Can't imagine. I can't imagine having to deal with this. Keck W. Sprite Elf, though. Kind of jealous of that. Adamancipator. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. OCG land with, I think officially with this ban list. With this last TCG and OCG ban lists, the OCG has gone full mad format. Like now, if I look over, like there has been times in the past there has been times in the past where I looked at the OCG and I was like, maybe their format is kind of cool right now. But currently, I just look over there and I see the wildest shit. I see the wildest shit and it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Like, what the hell is this? It's not cool now. That's what I'm saying. Like, right now, it does not look like, what the hell is that? What the hell is even that? Now, this one looks a little more based. If I could decide, do I want to play in this format or in this format, I'm picking this. This looks cool. This one, this one sparks joy. This one does not spark joy. Volcanic Shell? Volcanic Shell, on the other hand, provides a way to enable purely happy memory and purely delicious memory while still providing a discard fodder later. Normal summon Volcanic Shell and use the link summon linkery, but there's no Volcanic Shell here. But Volcanic Shell is a funny idea. Edison enjoys rejoice. They used to play Shell. Okay, interesting. I did think about Dark Worlds previously in Purely, because all of the spells discard for card effect, so you can like get free pluses off of the Dark Worlds, which is neat. Conclusion. Wait, that's it? Bro, you can't post a deck breakdown like this, and then you post a tier limit list, an Adamantipator list, and one based Purely list. How is that it? How is there a conclusion? Nah. Check out the previous one. Hold up. There's a tournament here. Let me see. Ishizu tier, Ishizu tier, Ishizu tier, Tenny, Sword Soul, Purely, Labyrinth. Tier elements. Tier elements. There's always one guy. There's always one guy. All right. Purely with Volcanic Shell based. Volcanic Shell. Labyrinth. Okay. That is not that much different from the TCG, actually. It's still like Prosperity, Duality, Evenly. Yeah, I think they took some notes from the Ryan Yu deck profile, actually, because there's the one Rivalry, the one Gozen. They out here taking notes from the TCG. Or Ryan took notes from this, I don't know. Someone was taking notes. I don't know who, but someone was taking notes. Tournaments. Bro, cut the VOD. Cut the VOD. Don't give them ideas. Nah, what the hell is this? Why is there Pachi in your Fluanderies strategy? Is that time rendering Morganite? There's no shot they are out there time rendering Morganiting into Pachi. There's no shot. Oh my god. They are desperate out here to not play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, how are you so desperate to not play Yu-Gi-Oh? Waking the Dragon. Why is there a Waking the Dragon in your deck, sir? Bestial Scareclaw Mana Dome. Okay. Now you have my attention. You know, it might need Sprite Elf though. But that looks cool. That's sus again. Hey, they actually play this? They played this thing that we saw earlier? This is the new pendulum thing. Why do they play this? How? High scale. You just drop high scale in chat and you think that's a sufficient explanation? Let me tell you, there's a billion high scales in Yu-Gi-Oh! You know what I should do? You know what I should do one time? Is when I top an event with like a really spicy list, I should just do a deck profile how chat explains cards. So that you all just don't understand anything. Just so you all see how it be. I'm just gonna say the most obvious things and yeah. Let chat explain the cards. True. Yeah, I'll just like sit here with an overhead camera onto the thing. I'll put down a card and I'll let chat explain it. I think I might do that. That sounds like a based idea. I'm gonna let chat explain it, and then I'm gonna upload it to YouTube, and no one's gonna understand anything. We're gonna do that next time. All right, you did that to yourself. Sprite Tri-Brigade. Once again, the one angler syndrome. Someone here, I know there's people in here from the OCG. Someone explain to me why they are only playing one angler. Don't threaten me with a good time. Why is there only one angler? It doesn't make any sense. The ratio is just wrong. Mill with sprint. See, this is what I mean. Mill with sprint. Yes, I'm gonna say one angler because mill with sprint. And that's the best profile ever. Now you know. Now you know. One angler, you already know I'm a mill it with sprint. Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because if you start with Nimble Beaver, your opener is already suboptimal if you only play one angler, because you go Nimble Beaver, summon Nimble Beaver, make sprint, send angler. You can only summon one beaver. If you go beaver into angler, you don't have angler for sprint. The only way to do it is to have two anglers. That way you can go beaver, summon angler, sprint, send the second angler, summon the remaining two beavers. That is why everyone in the TCG, literally everyone, is playing two anglers. And so I want to know why the OCG has always only done one angler, because it doesn't really make sense to me. So play Sunfish, got it? Sunfish actually isn't bad, I still think, but topic for another day. Most based man in the building. Just bring in 2019 Sky Striker to the event. Ooh. Who let that man cook? Wait, there's an iron wall. I didn't see that. Why is there an Iron Wall? The more you look at it, the crazier it gets. We've decided to play 2 Upstart Goblins in 41. Now, what in the hell is the reason for that? Because, okay, you can be like, okay, I'm going to play Upstart because I really want spells in the graveyard. And I'm even willing to go over 40 to have spells in the graveyard. Oh my god, I'm really going to do this. I'm going to punish you for this, chat. I'm going to make a deck profile with your explanations. I'm doing that. Ruffles, thank you for the 6 months. You can go over 40 cards to play Upstart in Sky Striker, but then why is it 2? Why didn't we go all the way? Because clearly we thought that we want more spells in the graveyard. So we're even going over 40. What the hell is Iron Wall for? Do we really play for like multi-roll infinite value with 1 Iron Wall? Like what kind of I am omega confused. Harlequin DX, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. I realize I haven't updated the goal yet. I'm doing that right now. All right, there we go. Iron Wall to protect from Bestials. Okay, it's 1 Iron Wall though. There is a 1 copy of Iron Wall in the deck. Alongside 1 copy of MST, 1 copy of Pot of Avarice, 2 copies of this. It's... Nah, okay. Look, literally, the more you look at it, the more it hurts. There's even 2 area zeros. That card isn't even good anymore. Nora, thank you for the 5 months. Not 5 months. The 5 gift subs. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Glad you're enjoying the content enough to support the channel. Thank you so much. Enjoy your subs, guys. Appreciate you. The OCG is some wild shit right now. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The OCG is wildin'. I think it's easy to explain, and it's actually very understandable. I'm gonna tell you what the reason is. The reason is very plain and simple. The OCG is losing their mind. They are losing their mind because they are in tier limit hell since like a year. How long has it been since tier limits have released in the OCG? Exactly. How long has it been? It must have been like April or May last year. It's like April 22. That's like 10 months. That's 10 months of them being dominated by tier limits. They are losing their shit right now. It's just going, it's all going down. There's like there's like a half of them are just keeping up, like play meta, like unfazed, like I don't care. Just keep like Kelbeck F every time in the mirror match, like for 10 months. Well, that's an exaggeration because Kelbeck isn't out for 10 months, but you know what I mean. And then they're just sitting down. They're like, I'm just gonna get it twisted for the 10th month in a row. I don't even care. And the other half is just like losing their minds. Like what the hell is that? Like what the hell is even that? 1 Dimensional Fissure, 1 Feather Storm, 3 Pachis, 1 Maxi. This is complete wild shit right here. This is a cry for help, yeah. This is them sending a message to the TCG, like, please help us, please. Time rendering Morganite. 2 copies of this thing. Nah, the OCG is a wild place right now. Ooh. And then some of them are just based. Some of them have just managed to somehow, throughout all the months of suffering, some of them just remained incredibly based and are just the most Giga Chad human beings on the planet and play decks like Sprite Bistials without Sprite Jet and without Sprite Starter. Just 3 blue, 1 carrot, 1 red. With the new Apple, the Apple Dragon and the Assault Synchron. And they do play the Stardust. There it is. We looked at it earlier. Y1 Prosp. For consistency, bro. What do you mean? It's once per turn. You can only use 1. So, just 1, dude. You can never draw 2 if you only play 1. Ever thought of that? Also, if you play 2 pots and you excavate Pot of Prosperity with Pot of Prosperity, that's 1 less option you can take. It's a cross-out target. True, it's a cross-out target. Yeah. Okay, I think we've got it. I think we've nailed it. This deck is very strong at the minigame. It has 3 Ash, 2 Call-to-Buy, and cross-out in and a talent in 40 cards. It's very good at the maxi minigame. Crazy shit. And then we have this guy, this warrior, who's just like getting it twisted. What is the leftmost spell? This one is branded Regained. We have it already in the TCG. Or did you mean in side deck? This one's XYZ Encore. Why are they playing XYZ Encore right now? In the OCG. What's it good against? Oh, purely. Right. Tier. Look at that deck name. If the Actman ever hears about this, if the Actman ever hears about this deck name, I think he just gets a heart attack. If anyone ever tells the Actman about Grass Super Heavy Samurai Ishizu Vernusylph Adamancipator, it's curtains. It's curtains. They're dropping a diss track against Yu-Gi-Oh in 2023. If they hear about this, they cannot hear about this. No one tell them. No narcs. Yu-Gi-Oh is getting cancelled if they hear about this. Ooh, the new bee thingy in Labyrinth. That's cool. I can't get over Volcanic Shell. Volcanic Shell kills me. How is there Volcanic Shell in 2023? I love this. Why is there Time Seal? Oh my god. Bro, you can Time Seal lock people. You can reset Time Seal every turn with this thing. It's Yara Garasu. It's the Yara lock in Labyrinth. Oh my god. Based. It's me. Wait. Wait. This is legal? This is legal? And this is the first This is the... I can't comprehend this. I can't comprehend the fact that this deck is legal. This deck is good. Jet and starters at 1, it doesn't matter. You don't need to draw the sprites in Runic Sprite. It's fine. Bruh. Nah, they lost it. They've lost it. Tearlament has made them lose their minds. This is literally just a Master Duel player. They decided that, yeah, 2 goes in, 2, there can be only 1, 2 skill drain. That's enough. 2 is enough. They just decided to play. They tested on Master Duel and they were like, yeah, that's fine. Super heavy samurai sword, so... Make it stop, dude. Someone go over there to the OCG and ban Tearlaments so that they can recover from this. Someone save them. Someone save them from this madness. What is Yu-Gi-Oh in the OCG, dude? What is Yu-Gi-Oh in the OCG? It's... I don't remember ever that this is like this meta report. This meta report is a fever dream. It's just a fever dream. I think people in the OCG are trying as hard as possible this year to qualify for Worlds, just so they can play a reasonable format of Yu-Gi-Oh. Literally, I don't think they care about doing well at Worlds. They don't care about winning Worlds. They just want to play a normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh again. Like, for once in their life, I think. That's their motivation to qualify for Worlds. This is what TCG would have looked like if the last ban list wasn't harsh enough. Yeah, and if they brought back Block Dragon, Maxi, Grass, Protoss. You know, a couple cards that are all on the ban list for very, very good reason. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know what to say other than I'm glad. Look, there are things. There are 100% things that the TCG department handles incorrectly or does for like profit purposes and whatnot. You know, there is not everything is perfect in TCG land right now. But every once in a while, you look over there and it kind of soothes my anger, you know, because I'm gonna say one thing. I am jealous of the OCG for their rarity distributions and whatnot. But honestly, what's the point of the game being cheap when it's not fun at all? Because it doesn't look very fun. To me personally. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm evaluating it incorrectly. Maybe there's ways. I mean, look, there's like ways, right? There's ways. But you know, you get what I'm saying, right? It's like, what's the point of a game being cheap if the format isn't great, right? But That was I mean, that was a very insightful OCG metagame report. I feel like. Anyways, it is 5 now, actually on the dot, and I feel like that's all I have to say about the OCG metagame. So we did actually finish on time. We did finish on time. I'm sorry we didn't do much gameplay today. We'll probably get around to doing that tomorrow a lot more. Also, one more thing. I'm a little late on this one, but I was supposed to tell you yesterday, but I wasn't live yesterday. There was a restock on Sleeve Chief. Last minute announcement. I think you have to be quick though, and a lot of the really good ones are already sold out, like Zeus and Kurikara and whatnot. But there's still some left. There is still some left. So last minute announcement here. Don't forget to check if your favorite OCG sleeves are in stock again at Sleeve Chief, and use Josh5 for 5% off to get them cheaper, and to also support the channel a little bit. I would appreciate that if you don't forget to use that code. And just look through. There's still a bunch are sold out already. It's always hella quick, but some are still left that are also really cool, like the Underworld Goddess, for example, whatnot. But yeah, that was a short announcement that they asked me to do yesterday, but I wasn't live yesterday, so I couldn't tell you guys yesterday. But yeah, check out !sleeves in chat, and use Josh5 if you end up deciding to get anything. But just a little bit of sponsored content there right at the end. Thank you guys so much for watching. I had a lot of fun today looking at different decks, looking at the new format. I'm still very excited about it. Don't forget to follow the channel if you enjoyed the stream. I'm going to send you guys over to Farfa. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs. You guys are amazing as always. And hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I hope to see you guys back tomorrow for some new format testing this time. Not just like theory, but also some testing tomorrow. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Without further ado, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace, everybody.